দেখেছি রূপসাগরে মনের মানুষ কাঁচা সোনা, দেখেছি রূপসাগরে মনের মানুষ কাঁচা সোনা। বহুদিন ভাব তরঙ্গে ভেসেছি কত রঙে, বহুদিন ভাব তরঙ্গে ভেসেছি কত রঙে, সুজনের সঙ্গে হলো দেখা শোনা। তারে আমার আমার মনে করে আমার হয়ে আর হলো না, আমার আমার মনে করে আমার হয়ে আর হলো না। দেখেছি দেখেছি রূপসাগরে মনের মানুষ কাঁচা সোনা, দেখেছি রূপসাগরে মনের মানুষ কাঁচা সোনা। পথিকল ভেব না রে ডুবে যাও রূপসাগরে, পথিকল ভেব না রে ডুবে যাও রূপসাগরে, বিরলে বসে করো যোগ সাধনা। একবার ধরতে পেলে মনের মানুষ ছেড়ে যেতে আর দিও না, ধরতে পেলে মনের মানুষ ছেড়ে যেতে আর দিও না। দেখেছি দেখেছি রূপসাগরে মনের মানুষ কাঁচা সোনা, দেখেছি রূপসাগরে মনের মানুষ কাঁচা সোনা। তারে ধরে ধরে মনে করে ধরতে গেলে মার পেলেন না, ধরে ধরে মনে করে ধরতে গেলে মার পেলেন না। দেখেছি দেখেছি রূপসাগরে মনের মানুষ কাঁচা সোনা, দেখেছি রূপসাগরে মনের মানুষ কাঁচা সোনা, দেখেছি রূপসাগরে মনের মানুষ কাঁচা সোনা। নমস্কার।
থ্যাংক ইউ হিয়ার হচ্ছে না তো ঠিক আছে। Thank you, Yashri. Before we proceed with today's event, I would like to extend my gratitude to all the participants, speakers, and attendees for their active involvement and enthusiasm. Your presence here is a testament to your commitment to the field of geography and the pursuit of knowledge. At the outset, we would like to express my sincere gratitude to our esteemed Chief Patron, Dr. Ashish Banerjee, Deputy Speaker and President of the governing body of RAMPURHAT College. Your vision and commitment to fostering a culture of academic excellence have been an inspiration to all of us. We are truly grateful for your continuous engagement and for providing us with the necessary resources to make this event a grand success. We would also like to extend our heartfelt appreciation to our respected patrons, Dr. Probal Kumar Sinha, Principal of RAMPURHAT College, and Dr. Buddhadev Mukherjee, Co-Ordinator of IQAC. Your invaluable guidance and support have played a significant role in shaping this seminar. We would like to express our sincere gratitude to our sponsors, the Science and Engineering Research Board, SERB, Indian Council of Social Science Research, ICSSR, Indian Council of Social Science Research, Eastern Regional Center, ICCSRERC, National Bank of Agriculture and Rural Development, NABARD, Survey of India, SOI, Anthropological Survey of India, ANSI, National Atlas and Thematic Mapping Organization, NATMO, Indian Society of Remote Sensing, RS, Department of Science and Technology and Biotechnology, DSTBT, Rampurhat Municipality and Advances in Geographical Research, AIGR, for their invaluable support and collaboration. We are confident that our collaboration will foster innovation, knowledge sharing, and advancements in the field of geography. Once again, I welcome you all to the second day of this international seminar. I'm certain that today's deliberations will be as enlightening and inspiring as it was yesterday. Let's make the most of this opportunity to learn, connect, and contribute to the ever-evolving landscape of geographical studies. Thank you, and let's commence another day of exploration and discovery.
Now we request Professor Shubir Sarkar from the Department of Geography and Applied Geography, University of North Bengal, to kindly chair this inaugural session. Dear students, will you please assist Sir to come on stage? And please get ready to felicitate Sir. It's a felicitation and not a full. I request Sri Dharmendra Behuria, Deputy General Manager of NABARD, to kindly come on stage. Now I request Professor Deepak Kumar Mondol, Department of Geography and Applied Geography, University of North Bengal, to kindly be on stage. Okay. Next, I'd like to welcome Dr. Shruti-Rekha Sahu, Assistant Professor in Civil Engineering at National Institute of Technology, Meghalaya, to kindly be on stage. Okay. Next, I'd request Professor Bishwaranjan Mistry, Department of Geography from the University of Burdwan, to kindly come on stage. No? Professor A.R. Siddiqui from the Department of Geography of Allahabad University. Students, please assist, sir. Professor P.L. Basuroy from Kuch Bihar, Panchanan Burma University. Okay. Professor Sohen Firdos from the Department of Geography, Sikkim University. No. Students, please help, sir. Next, I would call Mr. Ashraful Alam, Organizing Secretary of this seminar and Assistant Professor of Geography of Rampurhat College, to kindly come on stage. Finally, I would like to invite Dr.JayantaDas, convener of this seminar and Assistant Professor of Geography of Rampurhat College, to kindly come on stage. Dear students, please felicitate our guests. Please show me the book. তুমি আমার পাশে এসো। আমার পাশে এসো। আমার পাশে এসে দাঁড়াও, এখানে দাঁড়াও। Wait. না নামটা ধরতে হবে। Let's have a round of applause for our esteemed guests, please. Now Dr. JayantaDas will hand over his edited volume, Monitoring and Managing Multi-Hazards, a Multidisciplinary Approach, to Professor Shubir Sarkar. We request sir to kindly launch this book. Give it to sir. Sir.
কলন ডায়াসটা তো এখানে কেউ অ্যাড হচ্ছে না তো
প্লেনারিটা শুধু অ্যানাউন্স করে দেন।
এরা কি করবে তাহলে এরা কি করবে
এরা এর মধ্যে নেই, প্লেনারি আলাদা, এরা তো নেমে যাবে, এদের ফেলিসিটেট করা হলো। বলো
রয়েছে ওনার মাসেরটাকে ম্যাম এটা বলবেন তারপর দেবো তো অ্যানাউন্স করবেন তারপর এটা দেবো তো
কি
এই যে এটা
কাকে দেবে?
এটা সবাই দিয়ে দাও।
Sri Dharmendra Behuria, Deputy General Manager of NABARD, will now unveil a pamphlet of NABARD. Let's have a round of applause for Sri Dharmendra Behuria, please. And please give the pamphlets. Dear students, please give the pamphlets to our guests. Let's have a round of applause, please.
দ্যাট ইজ অ্যানাউন্স করে দিচ্ছি প্যানেল।
Now we have the plenary session 2, application of modern tools and techniques in human geography. Professor Ashish Sarkar, former professor in the Presidency University, will coordinate this session.
ফেলিসিয়েশনটা হবে, ঠিক আছে? ফেলিসিয়েশন হবে, প্রফেসর আজ সরকার আসেননি, আজিজুর রহমান জিকে নায়ক বলবেন, আগে ফেলিসিয়েশনটা হবে, প্রথমে নাবার্ড বলবে, এই যে নাবার্ড ডেলিগেটস বলবে,
ইনি বলবেন না
নাবার্ড ডেলিগেট। আসছে,
Okay.
মঞ্চে রাখো।
I would like to call on stage Professor Deepak Kumar Mondal, Department of Geography and Applied Geography, University of North Bengal.
চন্দনের লাস্টে 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 ফুলে তোলা নিয়েছি পূজাতি
ইনি আছেন
না সূর্যের সব আসেনি এখন
আসেননি
আরেকবার কল করবো আসেনি
শ্রুতিরেখা সাহু
হ্যাঁ সূর্য
I'd request Dr. Shruti-Rekha Sahu to call on stage I would like to call on stage Dr. Shruti-Rekha Sahu, Assistant Professor in Civil Engineering at National Institute of Technology, Meghalaya.
এবার আমরা চলে যাবো এবার নাবার্ড অফিসারকে ডাকো উনি বলবেন ঠিক আছে না না নাবার্ড অফিসিয়াল উনি যে নামটা বললাম তখন হোয়াটসঅ্যাপে দিলাম যে উনি আসছেন
নাবার্ডে কে বলবে হ্যাঁ নাবার্ড থেকে কে বলছে কোন
একজনই তো আছে শ্রী ধর্মেন্দ্র উনি তো আছে
উনি বলবেন
বলো ওনার নাম বলো
উনি বলবেন হ্যাঁ
এর থেকে কিছু দেওয়ার দরকার আছে স্যার
হ্যাঁ আমরা নিচে চলে যাবো হ্যাঁ
Okay.
ওখানে গিয়ে বলো
I would request Sri Dharmendra Behuria to share with us your insights on the seminar.
এমন কনফিউজ হয়ে যাচ্ছি না তো পুরো উল্টো বলেই দিলাম ওকে এত প্ল্যানিং করলাম এটা ওখানে
থ্যাংক ইউ সবাইকে নমস্কার রেসপেক্টেড ডিগনিটারিজ অন দ্য ডায়াস convener of this seminar, my DDM colleague from BIRBHUM. Good morning to all. I am Dharmendra Behuria, DGM, working in NABARD regional office in Kolkata. Our regional office is Kolkata, and we have also district offices in different districts. So my colleague from BIRBHUM, Mr. Anupam, is here, and delegates from different countries, distinguished dignitaries from different universities, colleges and institutions. I would like to thank the organizer of this seminar, Department of Geography, RAMPURHAT College, for this seminar. It's a quite nowadays all the focus is on geography, and not in core geography, maybe applied geography like climate changes and all these things. So as a NABARD, we are mainly focusing on agriculture and rural development, and we are also working for the climate change initiatives, adaptation and mitigation measures. So from NABARD point of view, I think it is a very insightful seminar, and it will give some feedback to NABARD, so for which we have also participated in the seminar, so that our future policy measures and what are the recent developments and what are the best measures that can be taken in future. I hope some points will be emanated or will come out of this seminar, so that we can take further action in this regard. And I am also thankful to our NABARD regional office, our CGM madam and senior officers for deputing me to attend this seminar. As you know, NABARD, that is National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development, it's a developmental financial institute, mainly catering to the credit and developmental requirement for agriculture and rural development sector. So for this sector, we are taking a number of initiatives. We have different funds created out of our profit, as well as different funds are created with NABARD by Government of India, by international agencies like Green Climate Fund, that is constituted with NABARD for taking measures in your climate change initiatives. Likewise, we have also Watershed Development Fund. In Watershed Development Fund, we are taking soil and water conservation measures in different degraded land, and that can be converted, that will to mitigate your environmental hazards, your environmental degradation, so that the unproductive land or degraded land will be converted to agricultural land. And also various water conservation measures like construction of ponds and your micro irrigation, solar powered micro irrigation. In this way, we are mitigating the measures of the climate change, as well as making the available resources to the full extent to the farmer, so that it can be effectively utilized to its maximum or full potential. As you know, any adverse situation happens to climate, or any adverse situation happens. So the one of the community, that tribal community, who suffers the most. For that, we have also implementing various, as you watch the movie or the short clips prepared by NABARD, we are covering tribal development projects where the degraded land, particularly degraded land, is converted into fruit orchards, where the local variety of hybrid variety of locally suitable plants is planted, and it will give a year-round income to the tribal families. So likewise, we have different other funds like Farm Sector Promotion Fund. UPNRM, one of the program is on umbrella program for natural resource management. So there are different all types of, NABARD is catering to all types of programs, or the different touching different lives, touching farmers, livelihood for artisans, entrepreneurs, farmers, tribal people. So there are different mechanisms NABARD is adopting to enhance the livelihood of our agriculture community or rural community. And in latest development, as you know, all the countries are focusing on now climate change related effects. So NABARD has also taken a lead, and we are the national implementing agencies, or national implementing entity, NIE, for the Green Climate Fund in India. So in India, NABARD is the sole agency for handling this fund, Green Climate Fund, for taking various adaptation and mitigation measures related to climate change. And I will go through the slides for having an insight into for your knowledge what NABARD is doing and what are the funds for the climate related activities. So this is point unit. Okay. And this is forward and backward. Why? देखिए दाओ. Then the different aspects which will cover, like right. Delegates and students who are sitting behind, they can come forward. the front seats are vacant and the middle seats are vacant, they can come forward and sit here. Now this is the what are the structure of presentation is climate change challenges, Indian conflict, and what are the in India as a whole, what are the initiatives taken so far, what are the different funding mechanisms for climate changes, then is a NABARD, what NABARD is doing, and what is the role of NABARD in handling those funds and handling climate related projects, what are the best practices we are following, and what are the best practices for these types of projects, and a few success stories, as well as NABARD's initiative in West Bengal. In West Bengal we have implemented 2 projects, one is in Darjeeling and another in Purulia and Bankura district. Then as you know, climate related challenges are huge now because time immemorial we are taking a various unhealthy, I can say, the practices which are not beneficial to our environment or climate, like over exploitation of the water resources, use of chemical pesticides, use of chemical nutrients. So this is degraded to our climate to a very great extent. So in the it's the 14th most vulnerable country, our India is, so in climate change aspects, like climate change impacts. And we are also now surpassed China, and we are the most populous country in India. So there is a major challenge to supply food to our population. Then, but there is a demand for food, but our agricultural system, it is not sustainable. Like we are mainly dependent on rain. So unless rain is there, our production and productivity goes down. And there is also our coastal line is huge. Any degradation to the marine system will affect our livelihood activities. Like day by day, the fishermen community are facing problem in the catches. It is generally going down and down. So it's also affecting our livelihood activities. And the yield of major crops also declining, though the area and the production is going up, but the productivity in few crops, it is going down. So we have also our obligation to achieve some sustainable development goals finalized or approved by international committee. We have also, as in India, we have also committed to international community, like COP27 recently concluded. So we have also committed, and we are signatory to the protocol. So these are the few milestones India has to achieve in due course of time. Then to mitigate the measures, what India has taken, like we have prepared a plan, national plan for action plan for climate change, and we have also created a few funds to finance those projects. And there are few missions, 8 core missions, on the basis of which low carbon India economy is being built. So like the 8 missions are your national solar mission, national mission on energy efficiency, like adoption of solar power, and water mission like provision of drinking water to the family, national mission for your sustainable agriculture, adoption of natural farming, adoption of zero tillage. These are the different missions. We have formulated policies to be implemented in India. What are the initiatives taken by NABARD in climate resilience? Like I have discussed, we have watershed development fund in which we are implementing participatory watershed programs. The watershed programs are participatory in approach that the farmers or the beneficiaries in the local area, they are contributing 16% of the manual labor towards the Shramdan. So any amount which is expended in manual labor, 84% is given by NABARD and 16% is contributed by the community. And like UPNRM, I said umbrella program for natural resources management. We have an umbrella program to manage the natural resources. And also we have different programs like tribal development programs. RIDF is one of the program, rural infrastructure development, for which we are financing state government to create infrastructure in irrigation, in solar powered irrigation, in schools, Anganwadi sensors, micro irrigation projects, drinking water projects. So these are different measures. NABARD is providing assistance to various stakeholders for these developmental activities in rural areas. These are the major projects funding mechanism with NABARD, Watershed Development Fund, Tribal Development Fund, UPNRM, Climate Change Fund, CCF, R&D Fund. We have a Research and Development Fund also. This seminar is supported out of this fund. Then FSPF is Farm Sector Promotion Fund. Any innovative technology which is will be replicable in the field by the farmers, this is supported out of this fund. Then likely Rural Infrastructure Development Fund, we are financing state government for creation of rural infrastructure. Then another is NIDA, for which assistance is given to, loan is given to state government for, or the public sector undertakings for taking up infrastructure activities. Then these are the different snapshot of different projects, like how many projects we have, watershed projects we have covered, 2 million hectare of land under soil and water conservation measures. Tribal Development Fund, we have covered 5 lakh tribal families. And what are the outputs? Ensure livelihood for sustainable livelihood and NRM practices for the people. And there is also community participation. Now what is the fulfillment towards the sustainable development goals? These are the different sustainable development goals 1 and 2, 6, 7, 5, 6, almost maximum number of sustainable development goals are being fulfilled or being implemented or being fulfilled by NABARD funding in different areas. Then this is the different climate funding infrastructure in India. Like we have foreign funding like UNFCCC, United Framework Convention on Climate Change, that is a fund available. Then also UNDP is coming forward. Different international development and agencies like GIZ, KFW, JICA, they are also coming forward to finance this climate related fund. Then we have also our own in India, we have constituted different funds like NAFCC, National Adaptation for Climate Change. Then CAMPA fund is there, Compensatory Afforestation Fund, Management and Planning Authority. Then NCEF, National Clean Energy and Environment Fund. So these are the different mechanisms to tackle the various climate related activities in our country. NABARD is particularly in climate related activities. We have a national implementing entity for a Green Climate Fund. direct access entity for the Green Climate Fund, that is being constituted by COOP. Then National Implementing Entity for Adaptation Fund, National Implementing Entity for NAFCC Fund, National Adaptation Fund for Climate Change, that is being constituted by Government of India, and NABARD is the fund holder. Out of this, we have sanctioned two projects under GCF. One is in Odisha and another is in Pan India, that is being implemented by Tata Capital. That is for creation of solar power, your rooftop, creation of solar power energy or solar power electricity. The panels are being installed in the rooftops of the different industries, even households. So this is a Pan India program. And another in Odisha, that is for your conservation of natural resources through augmentation of your community water harvesting tanks. Those old and derelict tanks are being renovated. Around 10,000 tanks will be renovated under this project, along with micro irrigation system. And then we have also 30 projects under National Adaptation Fund, for Climate Change. So this is the snapshot of the National Adaptation Fund being implemented by NABARD. This is being constituted by Government of India with a corpus of 350 crore with NABARD, out of which we are projects and approved by Ministry, and funding mechanism is through NABARD. This is the GCF for that is for implementing agency. So we will not go through this. Then NABARD's role as a national implementing agency, actually we are providing any concept is formulated at the field level to take up various climate related activities. So developing and submitting proposals to the your ministry. Then monitoring also we are doing, and handholding support we are giving. We are prepare projects. Then ownership, we are also seeing all the community are involved in the program. It's a participatory approach program. Project appraisal, structuring, supervision and evaluation, and finally reporting. This is the we are NABARD is a national implementing agency for your NAFCC fund. These are the different climate change funds being implemented by NABARD. 6 adaptation fund with a total sanction of 59 crore. And NAFCC projects, we have so far implemented 30 projects. I will come to what are the different projects being implemented throughout this country. And Green Climate Fund, as I said, 2 projects are sanctioned. So the major sectors which are covered under our climate change projects, one is your climate smart agriculture, soil and water conservation, renewable energy, sustainable livelihood, forest biodiversity and land degradation management, and livestock fishery management. So these are the different broad categories which NABARD is implementing various climate related projects. Then this NAFCC, we have sanctioned 30 projects, out of which water management, your soil and water conservation, coastal resources management like conservation of mangrove forest, your conservation of coral reef, and climate resilient livestock management programs like introduction of your local indigenous breeds, development of the local indigenous breeds, development of cattle sheds for to mitigate the climate changes, then climate resilient agriculture and forest and ecosystem. These are the different activities, broad category of activities that is being implemented. Then throughout the state we have different projects are being implemented in different states. Like in West Bengal we have sanctioned one sustainable water supply projects in Darjeeling. Actually Darjeeling, they are facing a lot of potable water supply problems. So through this project, we have ensured drinking water facility, at least 100 liter of water to the people in different areas of that district, particularly your municipal areas. So likewise, we have implemented various other projects in different different states, and it is pan-India, not concentrated in any state or region. Then this adaptation fund, we have implemented around 7 projects. In West Bengal, we have we implemented one adaptation project in Purulia and Bankura district, where there is various mechanism to for soil and water conservation measures, automated weather station, dissemination of information to the farmers on the weather activity, then your soil testing and prescription of suitable dose of nutrients to the farmers. All these activities are included in these projects. And these are the different sectors we have implemented the share of different, like coastal resources, ecosystem conservation and livelihood, water management, climate resilient agriculture, and also fishery. It's a total project cost is 65 crore covering 19 districts. Then green climate fund, one is in Odisha and another is in Pan India, like I said. This is renewable energy, so it is 75%. Like I said, it's a solar rooftop power system implemented throughout India, and another is water research and solar pumps in Odisha. These are the different approaches, best practices like bottom-up approach, in which not only the project is being implemented at a top level, it is actually what the demand comes from the bottom, that is being formulated and that is being developed into a project, and the project is being implemented with the people's participation. So bottom approach is a must for our climate change projects. What are the different problems at the field level and what are the mitigation measures that can be taken up? So keeping in view of that, the projects are being prepared. Then effective monitoring, like I said, we have our offices in different districts manned by our officials from NABARD. So they do a regular monitoring of the projects so that the projects are being implemented effectively. Then not only taking adaptation measures, but also linking with the livelihood activities. So there are participants or the participatory people's participation will be there. Only prescribing climatic adaptation measures or the correction measures, the people will not come forward unless and until their livelihood activities are connected to this mitigation or adaptation measures. Then capacity building, informed decision making, and environment, social and EGS, like latest concept is ESG, environmental, social and gender compliances. So these are the different factors which are being kept in mind while implementing our climate related project. These are few successful projects being implemented. One is your spring shade in Meghalaya. Meghalaya is a northeastern district, and there is a problem for irrigation. So whatever available springs are there, we are managing the springs through construction of check dams and also providing irrigation and drinking facility through pipes to different localities. So it's a quite successful project. Similarly, another modern carbon positive eco village in Manipur, that is another project. This left one is the renovation of tank, and right one is the siltation, before siltation and after desilting. So these are the pictorial presentation of our projects. Like in Andhra Pradesh, there are Kakatiya projects is there. So there are series of dams or the series of ponds through the slope. So we have renovated those slopes and water is conserved effectively and water is managed effectively. Another is your one island in your Tamil Nadu coast. So it's the picture shows the special picture shows how the island has been regenerated. And the left one is the information board in the project being implemented in West Bengal, Purulia and Bankura district. The farmers are getting a faster knowledge of what are the weather information. Accordingly, the farmers take various measures like sowing of seed, when to irrigate and all these things. This is the information board. This is the indigenous breed of cattle, development promotion of indigenous breed of cattle. Then climate resilient cattle sheds, we are also funding through these our different funds. Then fodder management. Then automated weather stations we have installed in our watershed projects area as well as climate change projects. Then this is mangrove conservation projects. And these are the two projects being implemented in West Bengal. One is in Purulia and Bankura district through adaptation fund. And another is providing potable water through NAFCC fund. This is the snapshot of the project in Bankura and Purulia district. It's mainly focusing on the development of agriculture through various mitigation measures. The project finance is $2.51 US. Duration is 4 years. It is already completed. Being implemented by Developmental Research, Communication and Service Center. There is a local waste implementing agency in the district. And out of which we have directly financed, directly benefited more than 20,000 small and marginal farmers, and there is also other communities also get benefited out of this project. These are the different impact being implemented came out of that project. Better planning and monitoring of the project resources, agro diversity, agro advisory services by installation of automated weather stations. Then climate resource center is being established in the local area so that they will give advisory services to the farmers. It is also found that the productivity and production also increase in that area. We have also focused on conserving the traditional seeds. Like we have also established grain banks to conserve traditional seeds and preparation of conservation of a gene pool. Then another project in your Darjeeling, it is water conservation, harvesting and management. It's a Darjeeling municipality area to conserve the rainwater as well as to conserve the spring water and effectively use for drinking as a drinking water in the municipal area. In that we have provided drinking facility to around more than 3,000 families in the Darjeeling municipality area. And this is being implemented by the Darjeeling municipalities. So different implementing agencies like government agencies, private agencies, they are implementing our projects. This is the impact like provision of drinking water facilities, water security for the people, setting of water sources. These are the different components for the project area. Then different issues and challenges like NABARD, we have a Center for Climate Change in Lucknow. So we are also watching and formulating different policies for the Government of India and other agencies. So whatever findings are there out of these works, I think it will be helpful to NABARD for preparing policy guidelines regarding to climate change initiatives. Then the funding mechanism, what are available resources are there that may not be sufficient for implementing lots of projects for creating a better impact on the livelihood. So the funding mechanism, like it's only now externally funded or being funded by Government of India. There is no participation in the private sector. So unless private sector come forward and it is not remunerative to the private sector, so they will not come forward. So this is one of the major challenges, and adoption by the community. We are prescribing different methods, but whether the communities are adopting it, whether if it is not beneficial to the community or if they are not getting any direct benefit out of the project, so they will not come forward. So our project design should be like that simultaneously, parallelly, both the climate adaptation measures or the mitigation measures are being implemented, as well as the livelihood activity or the livelihood problem of the community is being addressed through these projects. So these are the different issues and challenges. Any feedback or your suggestions can be shared with us. Definitely we are contacting Department of Geography, Rampurhat College, for the feedback out of this seminar and what are the points, and as individual or as an institution, if you want to share your feedback, you can share us. This is the email ID of our department, dpd.fs@kolkata.org. Another is our Center for Climate Change is there at Lucknow. So climate.change@nabad.org. So there is also another vertical for climate change related activities. So you can share our feedback, and any queries you can raise it here. I'll try to clear. Otherwise, I will conclude my session, and I'll be thankful to our DDM friend, our Rampurhat College Department of Geography, and other dignitaries for inviting me to this occasion and patiently hearing to me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we have the plenary session 2 on application of modern tools and techniques in human geography. Professor Shubhi Sarkar from the Department of Geography and Applied Geography, University of North Bengal, will coordinate this session. And we have two distinguished speakers of this session, Professor Azizur Rahman Siddiqui and Professor D.K. Nayak. The title of Professor Siddiqui's topic is Recent Advancement in Geographical Studies, an observation on change in methodological basis of the subject matter. And the title of Professor D.K. Nayak's topic is Sustainable Development Discourse, Indigenous versus Scientific Knowledge.
লাইটটা অফ করতে বলছি। তুমি তো কোথায় সিদ্দিকি না
Before starting the session, I have one thing to say, that thanks for nice presentation from NABARD and also a leaflet they printed and presented for us. I have only one thing to say, this stop climate change. You know, climate change itself is a natural process, and throughout the geologic past, historic past, this world, our Mother Earth, has experienced climate change and experiencing today and tomorrow also. So, this word stop is practically impossible. Rather, I will request them to use an alternative word of, managing or adopting. We have to adopt. Nature will not adopt. Nature is one way, but human, through his intellect and talent, they can move in both ways. So our society is going through this managing mode. NABARD also explained their vast activities, and being the Indian nodal agency, they are doing a lot. Thanks for their initiative. Thanks. Now I would like to request Professor A.R. Siddiqui to deliver his presentation. Please, sir.
Good morning, all of you. Thank you, Chair, for giving me a time. 15 minutes was given, but I think time is reduced, already late. So I will move fast in my presentation. My topic is recent advancement in geographical studies. I will give one focus on human geography. As we know, geography is mother of all sciences, and we have defined geography in different way. So yesterday in the panel discussion, the same topic was there. So how we are going to conclude? Because I have prepared this presentation for UG and PG student, and I think students are less as compared to respected delegates are here. So I will try to sum up my presentation within the time. As we know, geography is the mother of all sciences, and we always talk about the philosophy of the subject and methodology and what is the subject matter. But I will draw your attention toward the last century in Indian context, what is the contribution of Indian scholar in the discipline of geography, as well as I would like to draw attention of the foreign contribution also. And after 90, what is the change in the dimension of human geography, I will discuss in the last part of my presentation. Please go ahead with the slide. It will be better for a student because I want to show some books and some slides of recommendation. Slide बढ़ाइए. Okay. You see here, as we know, philosophy of geography is simply earth as the home of man. Man is the central theme of geography. Yesterday we have already discussed. And what is the subject matter linkages to many other disciplines? What we are doing, as I have mentioned in words of Pete, geography is what geographers do. And simply one line we can understand the philosophy of the geography in the recent time. Geography is what geographers do. So there is no any trend in the geography, suppose in the Indian universities, and there is I think most of the positions are vacant, and the students are trying to get admission in PhD. And suppose any supervisor or professor are having a specialization in physical geography, and he will get the topic of physical geography. In many Indian universities, there is no any specialization nowadays. Earlier, BHU was known for urban geography and agriculture, Aligarh Muslim University was known for agricultural geography and BHU for urban geography, Allahabad University for geomorphology. But in India, particularly in JNU, there is a CSRD division. Many scholars are doing the pertinent researches on the applied aspect of geography and giving focus on regional studies. So we see, you see next major shift from surveying to use of computer to edit cartography, and nowadays we are living in the age of application of remote sensing and GIS. But earlier we were making 5 legends in order to show any map, very high, high, medium, low and very low. But there are, due to use of remote sensing and satellite data, we are making more than 20 and 50 and legends. So how it is possible to validate our data? And generally we are accepting there are 2 types of geographers, those who are doing researches in the geospatial technology, and one stream or believe in philosophical nature of geography. They are involved in descriptive geography, still they are doing pertinent research in social sciences. So you see, these are the different way to describe, to define geography. Geography as a description of behavioral aspect, geography as a description of solving applied aspect. Now we are thinking about that our finding and researchers are talking about the applied aspect of geography or not. These are the philosophical basis of geography. When you make a list from Redzel from anthropogeography in 1882, widely Lablache geography human in 1992, till David Harvey, and later after David Harvey also there are many references to explain the modernism and postmodernism and other aspect of geography. Edward Soja, Gregory and D.M. Smith, Weishuth, David Harvey, Michael Foucault, Edward Soja, Antipode, many other references can be given to understand the philosophy of geography. But in UG, PG syllabus, we as a student, we are following the syllabus of different universities. So there is a need to explain in these aspects in the theoretical aspect of geography. There is no need to mention. But some pioneering work from the last 100 years, you will find the Indian syllabus or syllabus of developed countries. You will find in developed countries applied aspect of geography are there touching. But in India, in history of geographical ideas, we are studying these aspects in the UG and PG syllabus. Quantitative analysis and qualitative analysis, but our student nowadays our student, they are confused and they are getting topic, and 50%, 70% of our students are now belong to geospatial technology, and they have adopted, they are using remote sensing and GIS and all these aspects. Earlier we were involved in the traditional type of geography. Take an example of Aligarh Muslim University, where the lot of work have been submitted in agricultural geography, and we were using the measurements of agriculture efficiency, crop combination, level of agricultural productivity by Jasbir Singh, Professor Shafi and many other scholars, Indian scholars, and we were using the statistical techniques, and 50 years, 70 years almost, we were using the statistical techniques in geography. Now you see, this is the philosophical background of geography: mysticism, teleological, positivism, metaphysicism, Darwinism. From the last 2000, we are studying these things in geography. There is no need to explain all these things. Already you are having knowledge. But there is a need to know the meaning of changing paradigm of geography from traditional paradigm to contemporary paradigm. I want to draw your attention towards the contemporary paradigm after welfare paradigm. So you see, earlier we were using iconic model, analog model, symbolic model. These models also we are using in remote sensing and GIS, but still we are not doing the philosophy of geography while using map projection or any statistical techniques or any model during the process of our data which have been downloaded from the satellite data downloaded from the. So there is a different concept of scale, a concept of map model, analog model, mathematical model, gravity model. These were in the syllabus earlier. And I think 60 years we were using many statistical techniques to find out the solution of geographical problems. Now, in many universities during the allotment of topic, even we are not having the, what will be the unit of study, what will be the unit of scale, whether you are doing about the tahsil, taluka level, block level or district level or state level, simply we have been allotted PhD topic and processing the data. But in many ways, in many theses, PhD thesis, there is no any concept of the defining the delineation of watershed division, what will be the unit of the study. So adaptation of applied tendency in discipline started after 1990. There is need to identify the percentage of engagement of geography pupil in different proportion. Now question arises, what is the need of applied aspect? Are we having any survey regarding the employability level of our geography student in America, in India? In India, take an example of many students are preparing for civil services examination. Many are interested to go in academic fields, but in India, in Indian forest services, there is no any use of geography. Still, we cannot, we are not aware that where our geography student can get the job. So after all, in the perspective of getting job, we should design the syllabus of geography. Then what is the application? This is the beauty of application of remote sensing GIS. From the single parcel of land, you can make us more than 150 legend. For geographer, it is very difficult to differentiate the unit of study and how you are going to validate your data and how you are going to justify the data. So you see, these were our surveying tools, but in UG PG syllabus only 10% and 20% student can say we are having command on surveying. Still we are not having command on surveying. We don't know about the theodolite, we don't know about the telescopic elidate, we don't know about sextant. In different universities only 10% or 20% of the syllabus we are covering. If you are having the knowledge of tools and techniques, when we got image from the GIS software, always if you are not having the fundamentals of projection, we cannot draw our final map. So these are the important aspects. Always we study about the cosmos, origin of species, geographical journalists, anthropogeography. But even we don't have any summary of these books. All books are available in PDF form, but only paragraph of these books are we are knowing what was the objective of the nature of geography, what was the objective, what was the summary of the land of Britain, its use and misuse. And in 1947, Professor Muhammad Shafi had done his PhD on land utilization in eastern Uttar Pradesh in 1947. But now you see, these are the pioneering work, India and Pakistan, but we are not having information about OHK Spate and other geographers like S.K. Schaefer, exceptionally in geography, and G.T. Trivartha, work of G.T. Trivartha. You see, these are the legend of geography, and 100 years of geography. Then when you will explore quantitative methods in the geography and perspective on nature of geography, these are the explanation in geography where cognitive description, morphometric description, cause and effect, and spatial phenomena, temporal phenomena, already explained. But philosophy of geography is very important to know the earth and the state. So these are the commendable work for UG and PG students. Sometimes you get time to download this PDF form of book, and later you can explain about the David Harvey explanation, geography, social justice and city, limits to capital, urbanization of capital and condition of postmodernity, which we will discuss about the Gulke work and the philosophy of idealism. I think Professor Nayak will discuss all the recent phenomena of geography. But you see sometimes National Academy of Sciences, where he established a committee for rediscovering geography and new relevance to new century. So here there is also need to check the relevance of our syllabus, our applied aspect of geographical studies, how our student can get job in the market. Except teaching, how we can link our subject to different discipline. So there is link development in geography as a science with national need for geography education, communicate with the international scientific community about future direction of discipline. So there are many aspects I tried, but due to time. But now we have shifted from traditional topic of geography, and we are using water resource management, land resource management, urban and regional planning. We have shifted with the help of GIS satellite data, and now in Indian universities they have, you can see that there is a change in the allotment of topic. When you download the research paper from the journals of well-recognized journals of India and abroad, you will find 80% of research paper will be focusing on the applied aspect of geography. This is the trend. Earlier we were using statistics and change detection, and 80% work was based on change detection, land use, land classification, agriculture productivity, and all these aspects. Now you are emerging trends of urbanization and future challenges. Urbanizing world, as an average 54% of world population are residing in urban area. So we should give a focus on urban problems and urban environment studies. So likewise, poverty and assessment and urban tourism, residential differentials in communities, internal structure of third world city, who migrates and why, housing of urban poor, environmental problems, and these aspects have become significant. Intra-urban variations, as last evening I have given focus. So exploration of role of technology in geographical research dimension. So what is the role of, what type of role maybe technology play in the identification of the problem of local and specific area? Because the role of geographer is to identify the uniqueness of landform space, and likewise we are already covering the physical geography as well as in human geography related to, and these are the applied aspect of the geography our geography students are doing. And after 90, there is a change in the fragmentation, conflict, inter-specialization, artificial intelligence, use of computer and artificial intelligence in the future projections of geography. So these are the, as mentioned, geography is what geographers do. Physical basis of human responses in different environment system. GIS and satellite data provided wide platform of getting jobs. So this is the time to link the technology with the philosophical basis of the geography. This was my recommendation. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Siddiqui, for your nice presentation, and I especially would like to thanks to Professor Siddiqui for raising a very important issue about geography. Where is the job market? What our students will do in future? Right now, the job of geography is mostly concentrated around school, college, universities. But the greater field, geography, is still not catch any of the buses around us. So future of geography lies on the sustainability of this job market. So we must think about it. Otherwise, there will be no geography in one day. Thank you. Now I would like to invite Professor D.K. Naik from Northeastern Hill University to deliver his presentation.
Thank you, Chair, and distinguished scholars present in front of me as delegates or otherwise, and my dear students and ladies and gentlemen. I'm reminded of one very famous statement made by late Professor Munis Raza in a survey of ICSSR between 1969 and 73 or 74. And the report is said, geography is like a dinosaur with a huge body, a long tail, and with a tiny little head. And you know what happened to the dinosaur. I don't have to explain it. The disdain for conceptual issues, theoretical issues, continue to characterize the entire discipline to such an extent that we take a simplistic view of anything that comes to us from any source. And one of them has been the issue of indigenous knowledge and indigenous technology, which is now touted as the panacea for all kinds of problems to be overcome and to be used far more for a sustainable development. But very few have ever raised an eyebrow to see what are the nuances of this term that we use. Many of the research theses that I have examined, or many of my students who write thesis, end their thesis and they end their research paper saying that there should be concerted effort in utilizing indigenous knowledge, indigenous technology, and etc. And this is something which made me look at this indigenous knowledge a little more closely as a conceptual issue and its implications for development, and hence the subject is sustainable development discourse. Indigenous versus scientific knowledge, because it's the, till we have taken up this issue of indigenous knowledge, we have been practicing for the first 5 decades of Indian after Indian independence, we have been following a Western model and Western scientific knowledge. Today we are talking about the failure of these, and today we are talking about its failure and use and suggest or advocate the use of indigenous knowledge, indigenous technology. But what are they? But at the beginning of the discourse, I would like to mention that it is after Second World War, the development discourse itself has taken a lot of stride, and changes have come from first equating with growth, and when it failed, then we talked about growth with equity or to basic needs, and then finally by 1980s to sustainable development. And the most recent fad to our discussion is indigenous knowledge to be used and as a more glamorous phrase. But why? Because of the failure of the of the Western scientific knowledge as a growth model and the technological might that it had. The local knowledge and technology, which is generally at a very broad level referred to as indigenous knowledge, and is considered to be important and the best strategy in the old fight against hunger, poverty, and underdevelopment. So indigenous, what is happening? Why am I being projected? Is there any? Okay. And indigenous knowledge, the most important thing, of course, to distinguish between the two. Indigenous knowledge and traditional knowledge is seen to be a knowledge. The indigenous knowledge is equated with the knowledge of the poor and the marginalized population. And there was a lot of contempt for this kind of knowledge in 1950s and 60s, was considered to be inferior or obsolete, and why we looked forward to the Western science as the panacea. And the current flavor, of course, is exactly opposite, that for achieving sustainable development, we must always look forward to indigenous knowledge, which is the knowledge of the poor, the marginalized, the localized, and all that. And that is what is being aggressively posited. But you would see, if you look at closely the concept of indigenous knowledge, there are a variety of words that are being posited, clubbed together to convey what it means as indigenous knowledge. It can be, in the literature you'll find it's written as traditional knowledge or traditional ecological knowledge or local knowledge or indigenous knowledge or science, sometimes folk knowledge, sometimes farmers' knowledge, fishermen's knowledge, or even tacit knowledge. All these are used interchangeably as representing indigenous knowledge. But the meanings are quite different from each one of them. Traditional knowledge, basically the transmission of knowledge along the cultural continuity, and it means that it may ignore even the ability of the traditional societies to adapt to anything new. Indigenous is also autochthonous knowledge, but overlooks the fact that those which are not considered to be autochthonous, their knowledge is sidetracked. Local can be used in a geographical context, but it actually lacks specificity. What context? Traditional ecological knowledge is again the kind of knowledge that the local poor people, the fishermen, or those who have used ecological principles not in an academic sense, but by practicing, that itself is considered as traditional ecological knowledge, which protects ecology. Without harming ecology, practices are undertaken. So basically, indigenous knowledge is a shift from what we know as Western scientific knowledge, which is centralized and technically oriented, and what has been seen is that it has really failed to alter our lives in the first 5 decades of its practice. And but indigenous knowledge was actually being focused or being used or even practiced in a very small field like geography or anthropology. They were only highlighting that there are alternative sources of knowledge which can be used for development and more sustainable development. And now, of course, because of its increasing application and use, you can find a wide range of sciences in which and practices in which indigenous knowledge is being emphasized. So the change that has come is that it has shifted the focus in indigenous knowledge. The focus has shifted to a very time and specific knowledge, which is not to be applicable elsewhere. It is fixed in some areas or in some time. And it is an agency or the power of the people who are the subaltern actors, the poor, the marginalized, and it is basically against the manipulative strategies which are adopted by the experts, elites, in pursuing a certain path of development. So the change has come at a time when the state is withdrawing from all development process, which is not very surprising that the state has now, the planning has been debunked, has been thrown away to the wind, and we are now living in neoliberal economics, and this is a time when the state is no more responsible for development and is left to the private sectors and all that. It is this in most of the third world countries. And this change has come largely due to the failure of the Western development initiatives, and indigenous knowledge is seen as being more participatory, more people-centric, and also decentralized planning because it is taken at the local level. But if we look at the difference between the two, what we can see is that the indigenous knowledge is certainly cost-effective, not very large large amount of money is not required. It's always participatory. It's a sustainable because it takes care of the ecology. It's the unique to a given or culture or society. It's fixed to a culture. Then it contrasts with the international knowledge system generated by universities or research institutions. There's no need for looking at this highly centralized bureaucratic knowledge system. Then it is the basis for very local level decisions. We don't need a very centralized, that's something that would be applicable to the whole country or a large part of the world. It's passed down from generation to generation. So it's a tacit knowledge. One doesn't know why, but it is effective. And sometimes the knowledge is, in some societies, is passed down from word to word, from word of mouth to word of mouth. It comes from generation to generation. It has value not only in the culture in which it evolves, but also for the scientists who can make efforts to to improve and to use them in the rural localities. It's certainly more participatory and what is truly called development from below and not from development from above. So it is based on human needs, it's based on the resources available and preserves valuable local knowledge, community self-diagnosis of the problem, and it also preserves wildlife, it preserves biodiversity. The distinctions can be summarized as the modern scientific knowledge or the Western scientific knowledge is highly centralized and associated with the mission of the state. The state has become so expensive that the state has to make an effort. Whereas indigenous knowledge doesn't need either the two, but it is scattered. It's not specific, it's not universally applicable, it's applicable to some areas and is associated with low prestige, of course, and even the practitioners of the traditional, conventional, indigenous knowledge also believe that it is inferior at times. And methodological, they differ. Scientific mode of thought is greater ability to break down data presented to the senses and to resemble it in different ways. Indigenous knowledge is concrete. It's actually seen by you and relies almost exclusively on intuition and evidence directly available to the senses. Unlike Western science, indigenous knowledge is a closed system. It has nothing to do with others. And it's characterized by a lack of awareness and that there may be other ways of knowing. They are not bothered about it. Those who practice indigenous knowledge, that there are other ways, they are not interested. To some, the indigenous knowledge is the common sense knowledge and ideas of local peoples about everyday realities of living. Indigenous knowledge includes the cultural traditions, values, beliefs, and worldviews of local peoples as distinguished from Western scientific knowledge, and such local knowledge is the product of indigenous people's direct experience of the workings of nature and its relationship with the social. And distinctions are already made clear. There is no subject-object dichotomy. Unlike Western science, it is contextual and it's embedded in particular community, and it requires the commitment to the local context, unlike Western scientific knowledge or technological knowledge, which values mobility and weakens local roots. And the major themes that separate the both, one is substantive, that is, there are differences in the subject matter and characteristics of indigenous and Western knowledge. Methodologically and epistemologically, the two forms of knowledge employ different methods to investigate reality and possess different worldviews. And contextually, indigenous knowledge is more deeply rooted in its context. Locals consider important as a strategy for successful development through development planning. Now, finally, I would like to emphasize the questions are not as simple as we have been posing this and showing that indigenous knowledge is the solution for everything. The question is that why should development professionals and governments which have been using, which have been shunting, which have neglected the indigenous knowledge for so long, have suddenly taken interest in it? Will it, once you have done it, why are you now talking about it? And even where they to become persuaded that indigenous knowledge is valuable, how can they gain it again? Because you have lost it for 5-6 decades, you have not even bothered about it. The answer to this comes from the protagonists of indigenous knowledge, that it can be still useful and it can be, the indigenous knowledge can be acquired, gathered, stored, disseminated exactly in the same way as the scientific knowledge is being done. So why not congregate them, converse them, or use them in the same manner in which scientific knowledge is produced? And since local knowledges or indigenous knowledge are available as case studies only, because it is always case sensitive, so the utility of indigenous knowledge, its relevance to development planning will become self-evident with such case studies, and then they should be archived and they should be in the national, international centers as a databases to be used elsewhere. That something goes against the very logic of indigenous knowledge. But the question still remains that indigenous knowledge argue that the collection and storage of indigenous knowledge in archives should be supplemented with adequate dissemination and exchange among interested parties. Indigenous knowledge and its holders are, however, disappearing from all over the world because of modernization, and their disappearance is an enormous loss to humanity, since they possess the potential to remedy many of the problems that we are facing today, and there should be therefore more efforts to save, document and apply indigenous knowledge for survival. These are the arguments. But the dilemma still remains that the dichotomy that indigenous knowledge is talking about, that Western knowledge is bad, it cannot solve any problem, but it supports the same view that it should be used by the scientists to collect, archive and use it in different contexts. Now this is where I have a problem, that how can you something you reject, you accept its methodology, you accept its manner in which it can be used further and further. So I will not go into many of these problems, but I would like to conclude saying that the protagonists of indigenous knowledge condemn Western science for being inaccessible to local peoples, and that they are irrelevant to local needs and non-responsive to local demands, but fail to see that they themselves are consigning indigenous knowledge to the same fate, that is strangulation of this knowledge and method by centralized control and management, the way this Western science and technology has done to us. They fail to rise above the structures of knowledge that to begin with it condemns. You condemn it, but you accept it. And if you want to do that, you are only transcending the same thing. You are going back to the same scientific method, but only use the term as a useful term. You are not really utilizing the indigenous knowledge the way it should be, because it should be a complete departure and alternative to scientific knowledge, which is not the case as we can see in the indigenous knowledge. It remains mired in the rhetoric of documentation and storage, management and dissemination, centralization and bureaucratization. All these are now being propagated. So it ultimately authorizes or justifies the science and scientific method which it condemned, and therefore dooming itself to a perpetual state of remaining simply a desire rather than a practice. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Naik, for your nice presentation. Now, this is open. If delegates want to have any query, observations, please you can do that. Any query, any observation, or any opinion in this regard? No. Thanks. With this, I like to declare the end of this session. Now, I'm requesting our organizer to announce the next session.
We will have a short break, short tea break in fact, for 5 minutes. After that there will be the parallel sessions, parallel technical sessions in Rampurhat College campus, and we will gather here once again at 2:30 for the valedictory session. Thank you.
It's still not ring.
Okay, let's wait few seconds. I think it will appear because I have already shared my screen and it's showing here it has already shared.
Yes, sir, your file is, we can see. Yeah, it's visible.
Okay. Now I'm going to start, okay? Today I will talk about a simple topic. It's called addressing. We know we have a lot of different problems in integrated watershed modeling. One of the, I want to say, simulations could have some limitations. We need very high computation in the area where the model resolution is split to final, we did the fine resolutions there. So hydrological basement for this area is exposed in the surface also. And there are a lot of geological variations, spatial variation in this area. And we also use the atmospheric data as our upper surface boundary conditions. So what are the, we follow some traditional equations as well as some nodal coupling approach for developing this simulations code. For the case of overland flow and river discharge, we use diffusion or approximations of sign-invariant equations with Manning laws. Then for the case of groundwater flow, we adapted the multi-phase fluid flow equations into the Darcy's law for solving the groundwater flow equations. We considered the simultaneous transports of water and solutes. For the case of tracer, we also considered
Sorry to interrupt, Dr. Rahman. Can you confirm that whether you are presenting in a presenter mode? Because I can see only your first page.
Only you can see my first page?
Yeah. And in the sidebar, I can see yours, all of the tab. So can you?
Yeah, I confirm.
Okay, but we cannot print presentation mode. Can you confirm again?
Let me upload again, okay? Cancel and upload again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now it has changed.
Now it's sent?
It's changed, but it is not in presentation mode.
Yeah, but it is not presentation mode now, okay?
Yeah, now it has been changed. Yes.
Okay, let me start again, okay?
Okay. And now we can see your methodology and model domain page.
Yeah, I understand you, but why it is not showing? Let me stop sharing and again share again. Is it in presentation mode now?
Yes. No, it's same. So you can just change one page so that I can confirm you.
Okay. Is it?
No, it hasn't. No, sir, it hasn't changed.
But it is showing it is in presentation mode.
Okay.
Yeah, I can see your screen. Your screen is not in presentation mode, but here it is in presentation mode. But what is this?
Okay.
Let me change again. Okay. Can you confirm me? Is it in presentation mode now?
Just a minute, sir. Can you please change one page?
Yeah.
It hasn't changed yet, sir.
I'm sorry, then how can I do it? It's showing me it is in presentation mode here.
Yeah. From audience, can you please confirm whether you can find the changing pages or not? I guess, sir, there might have some problem, so that I can see your cursor whenever you are using this page without presentation mode. But whenever you are using the presentation mode, the pages are not changing.
Pages are not changing, but here it is changing in my desktop. I'm in the verification and validation chapter. Can you see it?
No, sir. It's still methodology and model domain.
Then what can I do? Can I share with you my file?
Okay. Or else you directly just, can you please show from here only, this tab? Yes, now it has changed. So from here only we can see. Yeah, if you change from here.
Yeah, I understand. Then I cannot use the presentation bit for my presentation, okay? I think otherwise it will be difficult to finish our session, okay?
Okay, sir.
Okay. Now you can see my verification and validation chapter.
Yes, sir. Yes. Sir.
Oh, okay. So I'm sorry, I cannot use my presentation mode, because if I use the presentation mode, the slide are not sending to the audience. Am I right? So I will go ahead with this mode. Sorry for this. So for the verifications and validation purposes, we have to validate any new simulations code. GetFlow is a comparatively new simulations code. As I mentioned, it is a fully coupled, fully distributed simulation code, one of the advanced seamless simulations code. So to ensure its performance, we did three-step verifications and validations. Like we solved a number of analytical solutions, as you can see here, two examples for simultaneous transports of water and heat. As you can see here, the analytical solution shows very good agreements with our numerical solutions, as well as we did the intercomparisons with similar kinds of simulations code. Like here we did the simulations with the help of GetFlows for the saturation study, as well as with the help of Drought. As we can see here, both of the simulation code shows almost similar results. So from this experimental results, we are confident that our simulations code is validated and verified. So we can use it for any kinds of field applications. And this is my study area. I can say we apply our simulations code here in the southern part of Japan. This is Kyushu Island. In the middle of the Kyushu Island, there is a area, it is called Kumamoto area. We apply our simulations code here for the case of field study, and our main aim was to show how can we address the lower surface uncertain boundary conditions. I'll little bit try to talk about lower surface, what is called lower surface uncertain boundary conditions. As you can see here, we developed models with two different kinds of boundary conditions. Like, look at here, the ASO 1, 2, 3. This is called quaternary deposits, and then we have a tertiary deposits. As there is a huge geological gap between these two deposits, and traditionally for this area, the scientists and researchers or all practitioners usually consider the active groundwater flow only within these regions. But very recently, the Kumamoto government, I mean the city government, installed a number of deep wells in the upper part of the, previously, as I mentioned, this area is called hydrological bedrock. That means there is no active groundwater flow. However, government introduced some new tubes, they installed the tubes, and they're continuously pumping water from this upper part of this previously defined hydrological bedrock. With the help of introducing, that means this is the uncertain area. We cannot define the correct boundary condition because of lack of data, because this is a very hilly land area and we don't have the huge data for correctly define the lower surface model domain. So we use, as an alternative, we use multiple tracer data to address this issue as an example and try to make an inference about these lower surface boundary conditions. So first we did some steady state simulations of stream flow and groundwater levels. As we can see, with the help of both models, that means model without doing any lower surface boundary conditions and model with doing some lower surface boundary conditions. As we can see, both the models show almost similar results for the case of steady state simulations, but there is a notable difference for the case of stream flow simulations. But these kinds of behavior we usually found when we incorporate multiple tracer data into the fully coupled, fully distributed models. A number of previous studies demonstrate these kinds of problems. So we don't avoid this problem. Also, we try to address these kinds of problem as well. Then we did the transient simulation for river discharge. As you can see here, there are number of stations, around 22 river discharge gauge stations in my study area, but here there are only 3 representative stations. simulation result. As you can see here, there is a very good agreement between the observations data and simulations data by both models. But then, and even if we look at the statistical indices like snapshot clip efficiency, both the models shows almost similar result, like 0.70. And for the case of groundwater models, as we can see here, that for, both the models shows almost similar results. Like this is the observations data, and this is the observations data, and this is the simulations data. But the model 2 shows, that means lower surface boundary corrected model shows better agreement with our observations data than the models without any lower surface boundary conditions. So, but almost all, in both cases, I mean, for the case of hydrological base, general hydrological behavior in terms of stream flow or a groundwater hydraulic head, both the model shows almost similar error or almost similar measures, though there are little improvements in case of model 2. But when we consider the traces data like groundwater temperature, as you can see here, this is the model on simulated results. The model on simulated results shows certain increasing trend after a certain depth. Whether on the other hand, model 2 simulated results, the green on shows very good agreements with this observations data. So this is related to the lower surface uncertain boundary conditions. If we carried out a models with lower surface uncertain boundary condition, it might show good results for the case of surface water or groundwater. But for the case of tracer data like groundwater temperature, it will show some problems. So, but with that, if we look at another tracer or isotope like potassium, and the similar behavior we can see here. If we look at that, this is the model 2 simulated value, which shows very good agreement with the observations data here. On the other hand, model 2 shows overestimations problems or significant underestimation problem in some cases. As you can see here, the measured mean for 26 measured stations of tritium isotope shows very close
in this. By its with most probably. The river, those points are rainfall stations. This one is the river Brahmaputra, and this one is the watershed. The highest of the elevation is 1946, and the lowest is -20. This is overall the location of the study area. When it comes to the material and the methodology and material which I have used it for the research, the main input for the research is rainfall data, soil data, digital elevation data or DAN, and Landsat also for developing the LDC, and ground truths for the accuracy assessment of this research. I have also conducted the accuracy assessment of the LDC. Rainfall data was recorded, collected from the meteorological station Guwahati, and here are the data and where I have collected rainfall data is Water Resource Department, Meteorological Department of Guwahati, rainfall data of 23 years, and from Serki rainfall stations, digital elevation model from Earth Explorer, soil data from FAO, and Landsat data also from the Earth Explorer. So from the rainfall data, we have developed R factor. From soil data, we have developed K factor. Digital elevation model also is it for developing of slope and flow accumulation and how the watershed's steepness and length of the watershed. And from the Landsat 8, and we have developed LDC for the watershed, the whole watershed of the Brahmaputra, which is specifically in Assam. After that, we develop C and P factor, which are cover management and conservation practice. And we have also tried to see the sediment delivery ratio, how much sediment is delivered and how much sediment yield is removed from the watershed, and by using sediment delivery ratio model. Here are the erosional parameters that we are going to use for the inputs for the developing the erosion, erosion model. Erosions, total loss of the river. Rainfall resistivity factor, which is one of the main factor in the erosion process. Total parameter used for modeling of this factor is measuring the ability of rainfall event to dislodge and transport soil particles. How much soil is using? Actually, this Russell model is only measured the sheet erogenous, which is erosion happened due to the rainfall and the runoff. Soil erodibility factor is the parameter used in soil erosion model to quantify the vulnerability of the particular soil type of the erosion, soil type to erosion. It measures how easily soil particles can be separated and transported by surface runoff and runoff. How much the resistance of the soil, which is measured by soil erodibility factor, which is we call it K factor. Soil slope length and steepness factor, LS factor. This factor is called significant focus in hydrological modeling, since it directly impacts the velocity and volume of water entering the channel. This mainly consider the topography of the watershed by considering both slope steepness and length, how much the water is steep and how much this steepness is affecting the soil erosion, provide an indication of how rapid the water will flow over the land surface before reaching the channel. if the land is very steep, a lot of soil loss will be high because most of the hilly and area are the most soil are eroded from the hill area. This parameter is crucial in understanding and predicting water movement and soil erosion parameter in a given area. Cover management factor, which is developed by using land use land cover. This cover management assess the impact of land use land cover and management practicing on the soil erosion, because when our watershed is fully covered by like vegetation or something, the soil loss will be minimum because it will have some resistance on the soil erosion. Conservation practice factor, which is the fifth factor we're using in resource model. This factor parameter is used to evaluate the effectiveness of soil conservation practice and minimizing soil erosion. This factor considers various conservation techniques such as counter farming, placing grass, waterway, and in reducing soil loss from the particular areas. Here, this factor considers mainly how much the conservation practice is happening in the watershed. If high conservation are there, the factor will be very minimum because minimum soil will be eroded from the watershed. And one more model is sediment delivery ratio model, which is sediment delivery ratio represents the ratio of sediment eroded from the particular source area that successfully reaches a downstream destination, such as river or streams, or reservoirs. The sediment delivery ratio is dimensionless value that ranges from 0 to 1. There indicates that none of the eroded sediment reaches the downstream area with the one suggests all the eroded sediment is efficiently transported to downstream area without any significant storage or trapped within the hilly or watersheds. Here, one thing you have to consider is the value ranges from 1.
Dr. Samson is here. Sorry, Samson Heli Nisile, we cannot hear you. So, maybe due to internet connection. So he could have disabled to present right now. So we shall go for next presenter. So may I know the next presenter is Miss Chaya Mishra. Is here?
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you are very much. Please share your presentation.
Okay, ma'am.
So please try to constrain within 8 minutes. Miss Chaya, are you presenting something?
Yes, ma'am. 1 minute. Yes, ma'am, 1 minute. मैम प्रेजेंटेशन सीन हो रहा है आपको?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay. Hello, this is Miss Chaya Misra, research scholar in Banasthali Vidyapit, and my topic is urbanization in Balia city. First of all, we know what is urbanization. Urbanization can be seen as one of the important process which has influenced characteristics of demography in the 21st century all over the world. Urbanization can be defined as a finite process through which a nation passes as they evolve from agrarian to industrial society. In other hand, the urbanization not only lead to an increase in people living in urban areas, but it totally transformed the society socially, politically, and economically. In next slide, we are talking objectives of this study is to analyze the trend of urbanization in Balia city 1991 onwards. Then study area is Balia city. Balia city in the with a municipal board, and it is situated Ganga and the Ghagra, two significant river. It is an eastern boundary part of Uttar Pradesh. It is located 380 kilometers from the state capital Lucknow and 140 kilometers east of Varanasi. And also it is a Bihar is only 4 kilometers away from Balia city. In next slide, location map of study area. Now here we can see India, then Uttar Pradesh, then Balia district, and now Balia city. In next slide, we are talking about database and methodology. Here, data for this study has been collected from various sources like census publications, town directory, district census handbook, and other relevant literatures. Data from district census handbook used to study the spatial pattern of urbanization in this area. The GIS software ArcGIS 10.1 has been used to prepare the maps. In next slide, we are talking about demographic profile. According to 2011 Indian census, city population of total 1,04,424. Here male is 55,459 and female is 48,960. 3.33% and male 88.05 and female is 78.01%. Estimated population in 23 city population is 1,20,000. According to 1991 census, Balia city population is very many variation in decadal growth. In here you can see urban population of Balia city, census year 9001 to 2011 and many variation. Now we are talking about trend of urbanization in Balia city. The process of urbanization in Balia has been very slow since the beginning of the century. The rural population is much higher than the urban population in Balia. The percentage of the urban population is very low. The main reason of the low urban population is less industrial activities in the area. This increase has been lower in the last decade. Now we are now here table trend of urbanization in Balia city year 1991, 2001 and 2011. Population and trend of urbanization in Balia city. Here you can see that population and change in percentage. Now we are talking about of urbanization in Balia city 1991 to 2011. Pathak has studied about the historical evaluation of urban center in the Balia city. He classified this evaluation period into three parts: ancient, medieval and modern period. In a modern period, we can see that Britishers immersed a new administrative centers and transport center, so that urbanization has grown. But this region has never seen rapid urbanization due to economic and geopolitical reasons. It reveals that after independence, growth of urbanization era. Now in this table, year urban population, percentage of urban population, decadal growth, percentage of decadal growth presented here. Now, decadal change in Balia city, and at last we are conclude that the process of urbanization is predominantly associated with industrialization and economic growth, which eventually allied with urban development. In a short terms, we define that we find that it creates several jobs opportunity in the urban area and plays a significant role in declining poverty and unemployment. In Balia city, the rate of urbanization is slower based than the national average. A total number of urban population making pressure on state and central government for their heavy demands and basic amenities. The trend of urbanization in Balia city shows a laser urbanization in eastern zone. For the proper development, it is necessary to identify the economic potential areas and economically lagging behind areas. It shows the economic of urbanization is very slow in this region. Growth rate in cities is also very slow. In this way, share of urbanization population in medium and smaller town is decreasing. To impulse urban infrastructural development and small and medium urban area to be promoted. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shaya. It was a very nice presentation you have made. So far, now next for any questions to her. Okay, so far we do not have any questions, so we should go for next presenters. Thank you, Ms. Shaya, again, and it was very nice presentations. So next presenter is Mr. PC Lalrindika. So is he? Are you here, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are very much. So
Okay.
please go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So today I will be presenting a paper on the topic the presenter, myself, P. Silar Indica, research scholar, Department of Geography and Resource Management, Mizoram University. First, soil erosion is a common problem faced by agricultural land in the tropical and semi-arid regions of the world. As India's economy is primarily based on agriculture, and that India is climatically located in a humid tropical or subtropical region, soil erosion is a serious concern. And recently, the Space Application Center under the Indian Space Research Organization has reported that about 97.85 million hectares, that is 29.77% of the total geographical area, have undergone land degradation, in which soil erosion by water is the most significant forms. And the northeastern parts of the country is the most critical areas. And this is mainly due to the weak environmental setup and the rapid modification of natural environment by human activities. And among the northeastern states, Mizoram has been reported to have experienced a more severe land degradation, and the total estimated degraded land accounts to 34.92% of the total geographical area. To the predisposition of a geographical area to erosion. It simply means the possible chances of erosion occurrences. And areas with higher susceptibility are more likely to experience erosion due to several causative factors like soil type, slope gradient, land use, precipitation pattern, etc. So the combined influence of these factors determine the possibility of erosion occurrences. About the AHP and the GIS technology, the AHP allows us to systematically weight and rank various factors influencing soil erosion. On the other hand, GIS enables the spatial analysis and visualization of these factors. And the integration of both AHP and GIS leverages the strength of both methodologies. Hence, these two methods are complementary to execute spatial modeling successfully. And statement of the problem. First, the entire state of Mizoram is characterized by hilly terrain, steep slope, heavy rainfall, weak geology, etc. And coupling this situation, the traditional practice of shifting cultivation and the associated deforestation in this fragile ecosystem have greatly influenced vulnerability of the region towards soil erosion. And secondly, the severity and spatial patterns of soil erosion cannot be directly determined due to lack of conventional measurements such as the field experimental plots or stream gauging stations, etc. Moreover, even if it is available, the data obtained through these methods have limitations in terms of spatial representativeness. And another issue is that besides several observable consequences of soil erosion in the region, there is lack of adequate research studies and published literature related to soil erosion, especially those involving the application of remote sensing and GIS techniques. So, systematic approach addressing the spatial patterns and severity of soil erosion is crucial for sustainable land management and environmental protection. Hence, the present study aims to prepare a precise and reliable map showing susceptibility of soil erosion in Chite watershed using a popular multi-criteria analysis, the AHP, integrated with GIS techniques. So this is the study area. The name of the watershed is Chita watershed, and it is located in Aizawl district. And here the detailed geographical locations is given. As we can see from the map, the watershed stretches in a north to south direction, covering an area of about 52.16 square kilometer. And it covers 3 Survey of India topographical maps, as we can see from the slide. Moving to the methodology, this methodological flowchart illustrates the various procedures followed in the present study. First, erosion inventory map. For erosion inventory, a total of 223 points, which includes 133 erosional points and 90 non-erosional points were collected throughout the study area. And as we can see here in the some of the pictures of the existing erosional features are given here. The location details of all these erosional features are collected using handheld GPS. And besides these erosional features, those areas which are considered safe from soil erosion, like that of thick vegetative cover with gentler slope, are also taken as non-erosion points. So, as a total, 223 points are taken. And this table shows the parameters selected. Here we can see in the left column, 10 parameters have been selected. And data types, data sources, as well as the methods and techniques that are used for deriving the thematic layers are given here. So after completing the thematic layers preparation, multicollinearity analysis was conducted to check whether there exists collinearity or correlation among independent variables. And multicollinearity was examined by the variance inflation factor, VIF, and tolerance, T, using the given equation. And in the present study, the relative influence of its conditioning factors were determined through the AHP techniques. The factors were compared against each other to derive their relative normalized weights or principal eigenvalues. And the produced weights were then checked for identifying consistency in the judgment as the decision makers or the decision we make may produce inconsistent judgment with unreliable results. And for producing the spatial model, Soil Erosion Susceptibility Index, SESI, was calculated through weighted sum method under the spatial analysis tools in ArcGIS software. And the particular weights of all the factors and their subclasses were multiplied and summed up to derive the soil erosion susceptibility map. And here we have sensitivity analysis. It simply refers to the identification of the most influential factor in a model. In the present study, single parameter sensitivity analysis has been carried out, and this analysis helps in understanding the sensitivity of the model's results to variations in a single parameter, while all the other parameters are kept constant. And validation of a model is necessary to assess the model's accuracy or reliability. And in the present study, the produced model was validated by receiver operating characteristics, ROC curves, or area under the ROC curve, AUC. And it was determined through ArcSDM tool in ArcGIS platform. And coming to the results and discussions, These are the thematic layers prepared for each selected erosion conditioning factors. And each thematic layers were categorized into different classes to show their varying degree of potential impact on soil erosion processes. Like we see in the first map, we have elevation, and it is divided into 5 classes to show their varying degree of potential impact on soil erosion. Lesser elevation means lesser runoff and more infiltration. That means the higher the elevation will result into higher erosion. And multicollinearity results. It is a problem which occur when there exists a high correlation between any two independent variables. And this can create a problem in regression model. So this table shows the results of multicollinearity tests for the 10 selected parameters. And according to Drought 2017, the VIF greater than 5 and T value lesser than 0.10 indicates collinearity. So there is no collinearity or high correlation among the selected independent variables. And hence, all these selected parameters can be utilized for modeling erosion susceptibility. Here is the results of AHP calculation. Excuse me. Here, table 1 is the AHP-based pairwise comparison matrix, and it presents the relative importance of 10 conditioning factors. Ranks were assigned based on the scale given by SATI that range from 1 to 9 to show their respective importance or relative importance. And these rankings were assigned based on field knowledge of the study area and experts' opinion through published literature. And table 2 is a normalized comparison matrix that is calculated from the pairwise comparison matrix. And then the principal eigenvector value was obtained from this table, which is shown in table 4 in column 2, AHP weight, under AHP weight. And here in table 4, we can see that slope has the maximum normalized eigenvector of 0.30 or 30%, followed by rainfall intensity, which contributes to 20%. And table 4 also comprises of all the subclasses for the selected variables, their aerial extent, as well as their ratings. And in table 3, here table 3 shows the overall consistency ratio. Here we see that the CR value is 0.06. It means that the consistency for all the parameters selected is suitable, as it lies well within the consistency threshold of lesser than or equals to 0.1 that is suggested by SATI. So the selection of all parameters and the assigned weights are unbiased and reliable for susceptibility modeling. And here is the results for sensitivity analysis. And this table shows the descriptive statistics for single parameter sensitivity analysis. In AHP results, here it is given in the second column, the AHP weight in percentage. Slope has the highest weight, but through sensitivity analysis, the influence of rainfall is found more dominant in terms of the mean value. This can be attributed to the statistical output that maximum deviation, that is 11.56, is observed in slopes, and hence the mean effective weight is only 21.83. On the other hand, the calculated deviation of rainfall intensity is only 6.74, thus corresponding to a relatively higher mean value of 24.96. However, the results of all the other parameters is well aligned with that of the AHP weightage. So this is the erosion susceptibility map. The final map for erosion susceptibility, like I have mentioned, was prepared prepared by integrating the AHP weights of 10 conditioning factors using weighted sum in ArcGIS software. Consequently, the calculated values for the study area were reclassified based on natural breaks or Jenks method to generate soil erosion susceptibility map for the watershed. And different classes represents various zones as very low, low, moderate, high, and very high, as we see here in the map. And from the table, it can be observed that the very high and high susceptibility zone covers an area of 4.08 and 9.50 square kilometer respectively. And this is about 1/4 of the total geographical area. That means about 1/4 of the study area have a relatively higher chances of soil erosion occurrences. And as we can observe from the map, these zones are mainly confined to the northern parts, as well as along the western and the eastern corners of the study area. And generally, these areas have higher elevation, steeper slopes, lesser vegetation, and are mostly found in areas where natural landscape are excessively altered by anthropogenic activities like built-up cropland and bare land. And the low and very low erosion susceptibility class dominate almost half of the total area. And these zones are normally found in the central and southern parts of the watershed, which have a relatively lesser human interference, lower elevation, and higher vegetation cover. And apart from the existence of certain factors that may regulate the chances of soil erosion, the sole factor responsible for the area.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Actually, we are running through the time. So
I'm
can
coming
you
to the end,
please-
ma'am. This is
Yes.
my last second slide, actually.
Okay, sir, please.
Okay. Yeah, so the sole factor that is responsible for these zones' lower susceptibility is due to the presence of vegetation cover. And here, the predicted model was tested against the erosion inventory map, separately for the erosion points and non-erosion points. And the area under the ROC curve, AUC, was computed to evaluate the model's accuracy in terms of numerical metrics. And this should range between 0.5 and 1. So here we can observe that the obtained results for erosion points is 81%, and the results for non-erosion point is 92%. That means the result that we have produced or the map that we have generated have high accuracy. So coming to the conclusion, in this study, the AHP method and GIS tools are integrated to prepare the erosion susceptibility map. And to produce the erosion susceptibility map, 10 erosion conditioning factors were selected based on literature review and data availability. And the final erosion susceptibility map was categorized into 5 zones as very high, high, moderate, low, and very low. And the validation results showed that the efficiency or the prediction results of the model is quite or very satisfactorily high. So the soil erosion susceptibility map generated in this research will provide an important tool for planners, decision makers, and stakeholders. And they can make a rapid, affordable, as well as well-grounded decision to minimize and avoid the damages and losses caused by soil erosion. Okay, that's all. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lalurindikasa. It is an outstanding presentations. Now, the time is for questions, if you have any. To the participants and audience. And Please raise your hand or you can ask questions. Okay, so I think there is no question so far. Thank you so much again, and we shall go for next presenters, Dr. Bishwajit Das. Dr. Bishwajit Das, are you here? Okay. Next presenter is Miss Ahai Wangshu. Miss Ahai Wangshu. Okay. Next presenter is Mr. Ashish Krishna Yadav. Are you here? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, you are audible.
Okay, sir. Okay. So, Dr. Aishaim Alwani. Dr. Aliashim Alwani. Are you here? Okay. Next presenter is Dr. Abuzam. Dr. Abuzam M. Singh. Dr. Abuzam M. Singh. So, okay. Next presenter is Mr. S.K. Mohibul. Are you here? S.K. Mohibul?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, S.K. Mohibul, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. S.K. Mohibul is going to give presentation on wetland health assessment using DPSI framework, a case study in Kolkata metropolitan area. Please go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Is it visible to you, ma'am?
Yes, it is very much visible and you are audible too.
Thank you. Today, I am going to present on the wetland health assessment using DPSI framework, a case study in Kolkata metropolitan area. We know that in East Kolkata wetland, which are basically designated as the Ramsar Convention, it's also present in the Kolkata metropolitan area. But in the present situation, wetland degradation in urban area is common phenomenon due to the discharge of domestic industrial wastewater, climate change, chemical enriched water from agriculture, solid waste dumping, unplanned urban growth, damaging the overall wetland environment. So before we going to the analysis part, I would like to brief introduction about the wetland. So wetland are the areas of marsh, fen or peatland or water, whether natural or artificial, permanent or temporary, with water that is static or flowing water, fresh or brackish water, and depth of which at low tide does not exceed 6 meters. Wetland provide lots of opportunities for us. For example, it's provide a habitat for the flora and fauna, drinking water, control the local weather, etc. So this is my study area. The study area basically surrounded both the urban area and the rural area. And the Kolkata metropolitan area is accounting about 1,886 square kilometer area and have 38 municipalities and 4 municipal corporation area. So this is my statement of the problem. So there are lots of work has been done in the Kolkata area, basically on wetland studies or the environmental studies, but this study basically focus on the ecosystem problem, consequences, and there was a lack of exploring in studying the wetland health and identifying the different pressure and pattern associated with the wetland degradation. So these are my objectives: to assess the factor responsible for wetland health and their dynamic using DPSI framework, and to determine the weight of wetland health during 2011 to 2021 through the use of analytical hierarchical process or AHP. So this is my methodology section. The BPSI framework first introduced by the OECD, European Environmental Agency, and later adopted by the EEA, European Environmental Agency. So under DPSI framework, in the first stage, we selected the different indicators, for example, demography, agriculture, industry, transport, and water, which are mainly associated with the wetland degradation, followed by the pressure indicator, that is population density, household road density, and per capita, and the total sewage and the solid waste generation. And that leads to the state factor, that is how the wetland area is changed, or the vegetation area change, and the built up area change. To show the wetland area or the vegetation and the built up area, we have used the different remote sensing indices, for example, the NDWI, MNDWI, NDPI, normalized difference bond index, normalized difference stability index, and normalized difference built up index. And that state factor leads to the impact section, or the change of water quality. Water quality, for example, BOD or DO, pH, COD, total coliform, etc. So, in this first section, weight determination of wetland health index calculated through the different indicator I have selected, and collected the different indicator data from the different sources, government sources, and due to the different unit, I have used the normalization method to analyze the better outcome. And normalization weight given through the following formula: a actual value minus minimum value divided by maximum value minus minimum value. In the second state, giving the weight of the secondary indicator with the help of expert assistance given by the SATIS 1 to 9 scale. In the third stage, consistency test and consistency ratio rate calculated using the following formula. So in the fourth stage, final weight calculated using the multiplication of the AHP weight and the normalization weight of 17 indicators. In the fifth stage, we have calculated the wetland health index, and the output of the wetland health index divided into 5 categories of health and sub-healthy, unhealthy, poor, and very poor categories. So this is my result of AHP weight, and the data sources of the different organization, or the Indian or the Kolkata Metropolitan Area Organization. So this is the population density, number of household collected from the different municipality-wise data. So this our studio programming graph basically shows the generation of solid waste and the sewage generation. So in this diagram shows that Kolkata municipal corporation area has a maximum sewage or the solid waste generation compared to the other municipalities. So this graph shows that the 2011 to, or map shows the 2011 to 2020, how the normalized difference water or the modified normalized water index changes in municipality wise, and normalized difference 1 Water index basically shows the water bodies of the study area, or the modified normalized water index basically shows where the water bodies or the built up area intermixes. So this is shows the normalized difference turbidity index or the muddy condition, and the normalized difference pond index basically shows the pond condition in the study area or the vegetation within the small pond area. NDVI shows the vegetation condition, and NDVI shows the urban sprawl or the built up area in the study area. So this is the impact section. Impact sector analyze the water quality changes of BOD or DO and pH condition and total coliform condition in the Kolkata metropolitan area. The standard limit of the BOD is 4, and dissolved oxygen is 3, and the pH 6.5 to 8.5. This table basically shows the municipality wise wetland health index, and in this table, Howrah Municipal Corporation and the Garhulia and the Hubli Chinsura area, the wetland conditions are very poor conditions. So this radiogram shows the different station-wise condition of the wetland condition from the 2011 to 2020. The major finding in this study that the wetland health deterioration from past areas to the present 2022, and the ecological services, that is the different services, that is flood regulation, pollution filtration, carbon sequestration, have experienced significantly deterioration. And second, seasonal variation in wetland health. The wetland health index showed that the wetland were least healthy during the monsoon and post-monsoon season, and healthy improved during the winter season. And the major contributing factor that leads to the deterioration of wetland health was waste disposal area, or waste disposal, and the population density, road construction, sewerage, and the solid waste. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. S.K. Mohibul. So now time is for taking questions. Sakir Rahman sir, can you hear me? Dr. Sakir Rahman sir, can you hear me? So probably we do not have any questions so far. So we will go for the next presenters. Mr. Wirim G. Singh, are you here? Mr. Wirim G. Singh.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, am I audible?
Ma'am, some students are allowed to participants allowed to conference. तो मैम वो टेक्स्ट कर रहे हैं कि मतलब अलाउ करने के लिए.
Okay, just a minute, because I am not a host, so I could not able to do it. I have already requested to host to allow them. Okay. So, but
Okay.
Yes, I can find that Mr. H. G. Singh was here only. Okay, go to the next presenters, Mr. Shakti Kiran DR. Dr. Jimmy BIRBHUM.
I'm present. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Dr. Jimmy, please carry on with your presentations. Now, next to you.
Sure. Okay. Hello.
Yes, Dr. Jimmy, I think you have shared your entire screen.
Okay.
So you go to your presentations and now you can find whether we can find your visible your presentations or not. Yes.
Okay.
Or yes, you go to slideshow. Yes, it is pretty much movable. Thank you. Please go ahead.
I hope it's visible. Hello.
Yes, pretty much.
Okay.
Visible
A very good afternoon to chairperson, co-chairperson, and a moderator for this technical session. Today's topic of my presentation is on physiographic influence on availability and accessibility to safe groundwater in Tripura. As we know that water is an essential necessity for sustenance of all life forms. So safe sources of water or safe groundwater source is again a prerequisite because it's considered to be an improved source of water. And then yes, socioeconomic conditions do influence the availability and accessibility to safe groundwater, but we can see that since these are variable over space and time, so it was found that physiography does have an influence on the availability and accessibility to safe groundwater in the case of Tripura. Yeah, so starting with the introduction, we know that every community's socioeconomic development or an individual's socioeconomic development is very much dependent on the availability of sustainable water supplies. So the sustained supply of clean or the availability of clean and dependable source of water supply is considered to be a necessary conditions for long-term growth as well as your development. If we look into some of the reports of World Health Organization and UNICEF's estimate of 2019, it was reported that 1 in 3 people globally do not have access to clean drinking water. Further again, UNICEF and WHO estimates for 2000 from 2015 data year revealed that 79% of people, like mostly who come from the rural areas, drink water from unimproved sources, and this 93% of those people are mostly, and the 93% of this people who consume water from surface water reside in rural regions. So to make the matter more worse, with the exposure to unsafe water, it was reported again by WHO 2017 that contaminated groundwater claims about 1.7 million lives of children below the age of 5 every year, each year. So from this point of view, having availability and access to safe groundwater, why groundwater in this particularly this study groundwater, because groundwater is considered to be a reliable source or an alternative to surface water, and then it's considered to be improved source Of course, there are deviations when groundwaters get contaminated. However, it's considered to be a safer source. So when we say safe groundwater, basically it means water that is fit for consumption and other domestic purposes without having any kind of significant risk to health in the long term exposure. Another definition, if we look into another definition by Joint Monitoring Program of the United Nations and World Health Organization, safe drinking water comes from an improved water source. So what are these improved water source? Basically, this include your household connections, public standpipes, boreholes, protected dug wells, it could be protected springs, and even your rainwater, collected rainwaters. So water availability and accessibility, these are considered to be very much inextricably linked to each other. So the need of attaining common and equal access to potable as well as cheap water, as we know, is also recognized, considered in Sustainable Development Goals target of 6.1. And it is in this context, this study was, taken up for the state of Tripura. And then even here we found that there does exist disparity with regard to availability and with regard to access to safe groundwater if we look from the perspective of the diverse physiography. So this study particularly concentrated on primary data. Henceforth, questionnaires were used to generate primary data from households of diverse physiographic units pertaining to availability as well as accessibility to safe and improved groundwater sources. And within this, each physiographic unit, physiographic units had villages, so that were carefully selected, and in each village, about 30% of the entire sample was chosen in order to collect the data. So the physiographic units that were selected were hills and pitmonts, terraces and tillas, floodplains, and intermountain synclinal troughs. So these are the 4 diverse physiographic units that has been outlined in order to understand whether there are variations in terms of availability and accessibility to safe groundwater sources. So a total of 650 households were surveyed for the present research, and additionally, the Central Groundwater Board, Northeastern Region, Guwahati, was also consulted in order to aid information on the usage patterns of groundwater. So moving into the findings of this study, the secondary data on the obtained from the Central Groundwater Board also reveals that most of the groundwater in the entire state of Tripura is basically used for domestic purpose, and then only only a few percentage of it is used for irrigation. And as we go to the northern part of the Tripura, which is basically rugged, more hilly, and the terrain becomes more steep, so we do not find a usage of groundwater for irrigation purpose. But some of the district which has plains and intermountain valleys, and which has this floodplain regions, we do have this groundwater basically only for domestic purpose. So since we're talking about the availability and accessibility, so the primary data, the study relied on primary data. So we looked into the different sources of groundwater within the surveyed areas, and it was found that in the hills and pitmonts and intermountain syncline trough, the major source of drinking water comes from public tap, and then it comes from public tap, and also a significant percentage of household consumed water at the same time from unprotected duct wells in all the physiographic units. But if we look into the variations of physiographic units, although public tap water seems to be taking the lead in the case of hills and pitmons and intermontane cyclide troughs, but also a very significant percentage is found that the households are relying on unprotected duck well. The reason being is that this public sources of water are not very reliable. They are not maintained. They are not, the supplies are not reliable. Sometimes they are not maintained. The flow is are not there, and sometimes they are chocked. So people gradually, they start relying or resort to this unprotected sources like your unprotected duck well. So that is a very significant findings which has been revealed during this study area, that despite, and of course there are only some few households which are connected with this, which has access to this public tap water. So these are these two photographs shows where in my on the left of my the left photograph shows a water source with without a proper tap system and with a fieldy surrounding, and the right photograph shows a very shallow dark open well which can get easily contaminated with outside contaminants.
Just for a minute, we have 1 minute left. So.
Okay, sure. I'll just wrap up. So since we're talking about accessibility, distance to major sources of water is one of the determining factors which talks about your accessibility. So here we find that the situation is slightly different in hills and pitmons. Although households travel to distance of less than 100 meters, but around 2.31% of the household have to travel more than 1 kilometer to fetch water. So this itself is very challenging, and at the same time 25% of the people of the households in the hills and pitmons have to travel more than 100 to 200 meters. And at the same time, if you look into the problems faced because of this unavailability, shortage of water during the off season, 40% of the respondents said that they have to spend a lot of time in search of water, and this really becomes a severe problem during the dry season. So these are the this is the picture which shows how the pots are assembled. In fact, there are more in the line which is not seen in the picture. So, and then of course availability is what we are talking about. So availability talks about the quantity, how much the amount of water, whether it is sufficient. So availability is about sufficiency and the reliability of the source. So here again we find that a significant percentage of about 20.77 households in the hills and pitmons have to travel or to spend more than 30 minutes to collect water. And in this physiographic unit, people again depend on tap water, but again unprotected duck well seems to have a major hindrance to access to reliable and secure supply of safe water. And again, coming to availability, more than 50 liters of water is collected by households in a day in all the physiographic units, but again significant percentage of households do not have access to less than 50 liters per day. This was observed in the hills and pitmons and terraces and tillas again. And we know that at least 20 liters per person per day is the requisite amount of water or the availability that is needed for a person. So yes, what we can conclude from here is that one need to have access to reliable and safe groundwater sources, as it is essential in the growth and development of health and socioeconomic status of an individual or a community. So tube wells forms the major source of drinking water in the floodplains and tillas, but still a significant percentage of households who consume water from unprotected duck well can still be noticed in all the physiographic units. Hills and pitmons suffer the most from the brunt of lack of water availability, as well as from accessibility, because they have to travel more than 1 kilometer to collect water, which itself is a very challenging problem in the hills and piedmonts. And of course, to make the matter more worse, seasonal scarcity of water is also more found to be pronounced in the hills and piedmonts, terraces, and tillas. So basically, what we can decipher from this study is that a significant percentage of households living in the hills and piedmonts, terraces, and tillas are deprived of the basic human right with respect to safe, reliable, and physically accessible groundwater. So yes, definitely physiography does have an influence on the availability and accessibility of safe groundwater. Thank you so much. Thank you for your patient hearing. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jimmy. Yeah. Can you hear? Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
We have question from Dr. Psycho. So can please, Dr. Rahman? Yeah.
Thank you very much for Dr. Jimmy for your nice presentations. You made a lot of effort to collect primary data from field. Have you made any effort to collect groundwater samples to test whether?
Yes, it was done. Yeah, that quality aspect was in different parts. So since for this presentation, actually in the case of Tripura, where the groundwater is basically geogenic in nature. So basically we have iron contaminants, rich in iron content in the groundwater source, in the groundwater. And then in certain sections, we do have the concentration of manganese also. But iron is found in rich content.
Okay, I understand you don't include the groundwater quality aspect here. Okay. I think that will be a good study if you incorporate your quality aspect with the connect with the physiography, because as you mentioned, there are some geogenic regions for contaminations of iron contamination and manganese contamination. That would be a very good study. Okay.
Thank you. Any more questions? Yes. Should I stop or should I?
Okay, due to yes. So if any questions are there, can you please contact? Communicate with chat box. So it will be very nice for us to managing the time as well. Thank you so much, Dr. Jimmy. It is very, very nice presentations. Are very detailed work you have shown here.
Thank you.
Yes. So for next, we are going to start from the first serial number who are not there. Dr. Vishwajit Das, Miss Ahai Wangshu, are you there? Mr. Ashish Krishna Yadav, Mr. Ashish Krishna Yadav, Dr. Aliashim Alvani, are you there? Okay. Dr. Abuzam M. Singh.
Yes, I am here. Abuzam M. Singh is here.
Okay. Dr. Abuzam, please go ahead with your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I hope my voice is audible.
Yes, you are audible.
Yes, my name is Abuzam Manglem Singh from Department of Geography, Manipur University. And topic of my presentation today is effect of rainfall variability on rice yield of Manipur. Introduction. Rice, a staple crop in Manipur, holds immense significance for ensuring food security and the livelihoods of a substantial portion of the state's population. One of the key contributors to Manipur's rice production is the successful cultivation of rice, Kharif rice. a crop intricately tied to the region's monsoon rains. In this context, understanding how rainfall impacts kharif rice yield bears critical implication for both the state's food production and the well-being of its farming communities. The monsoon season prevailing from June to September is critical for rain-fed agriculture, particularly in the case of kharif rice because of the constraints posed by limited irrigation options. Therefore, this paper explores the connection between monsoon rainfall and kharif rice yield in Manipur. Through data-driven analysis, the study aimed to unravel this relationship, emphasizing the critical role of monsoons in a region where irrigation options are limited. And the objective of my study is to examine the rainfall variability in the state of Manipur and to study the effects of rainfall variability on kharif rice in Manipur during 1990 to 2022 period. And in the methodology section, the database for this study, especially the rainfall data, were obtained from the IMD's high resolution quarter degree daily gridded data and the secondary data for the period of 1980 to 2022 on area, production, and yield of rice were sourced from the State Agriculture Department and statistical handbooks published by the State Directorate of Economics and Statistics. To examine the rainfall variability patterns, I sorted out the grid points which were lying within the state of Manipur, and around 25 stations were within the geographical boundary of Manipur, and then rainfall data were brought into the Excel environment for processing. In this study, the monthly, seasonal, and annual rainfall was analyzed by calculating the means, extreme values, and coefficient of variation. So this is state of Manipur, and these cross marks are the grid points of the IMD high resolution rainfall data. And the right side figure shows the rice yield over the period of 1980 to 2022. And to examine the impact of rainfall variability on rice yield, I used log linear regression technique, in which kharif rice yield, that is from June to September, was regressed on rainfall of monsoon months. And the formulas for log linear is given below. And here, log linear is important because the slope coefficient in log linear represents the percentage change in dependent variable for 1% change in the independent variable. And this is generally known as elasticity manner of interpretation of the coefficient. For example, if the estimated slope coefficient for June rainfall is 0.5, then this indicates a 1% increase in June rainfall. Indicated 1% increase in June rainfall is associated with 0.5% increase in the yield. So this interpretation will be followed in the subsequent section. And the result here, the first table is the monthly rainfall and rainfall during the study period. It shows that the month of July, which is also the height of monsoon season, received the highest rainfall, normal rainfall, followed by June, August, and September, whereas January, December experienced the lowest rainfall. And in terms of the percentage contribution of rainfall, we find that rainfall contribution of the monsoon is very high. In the months of monsoon seasons, whereas the contribution from the November, December, and January, February also received minimum rainfall almost near to zero. And in the state of Manipur, as in many parts of India, during the winter season, because of lack of rainfall, not any cultivation of rice takes place. And if you analyze the CV for all the months and of the seasons, we find that CVs for all the months were very high. It is above 30%, which is shown in the figure A. And even in the monsoon months of July, we have a coefficient of variation of 31%. And coefficient of variation for winter months were particularly high, crossing over 100. For example, in case of December, the coefficient of variation is 146%. And in terms of seasons, we find that CB for post-monsoon was highest, which is above 100, whereas monsoon months were lowest, although still above 30%. And the seasonal and annual rainfall, we find that the table indicates that during the pre-monsoon, monsoon, and post-monsoon, the rainfall varied. The normal rainfall was from 427 and 957 and 164 mm respectively during the study period. And it also indicates that out of the annual average of 1,549.42 mm, monsoon months contributes the greatest amounts of rainfall. Hence, most of the rice cultivation happens during this season, which is also called as the Kharif season. And over the years, if you look at the trend coefficients, we find that there is significant increasing trends, decreasing, in fact, it should be decreasing trend, both in annual as well as the sub-periods that I have shown here. So overall, the state of Manipur has witnessed statistically significant declining trend over the study period. And the model to determine the impact of rainfall on the rice yield and its parameters are shown here in this table 3. And we find that the yield varied during the study period from the highest, that is 2.98 metric ton per hectare, to a minimum of 1.47. And the coefficient of variability was about 17%. Whereas for the monsoon months, the rainfall figures, as one can see, the maximum rainfall happened during the month of July, whereas in the month of September, the minimum rainfall was observed. And CB, variation of CB for all the monsoon months is higher than the CB variation in the crop yield. And when we look at the effect of rainfall on rice yield, then this was log linear, and we use ordinary least square method. So here we find that the quantum of rainfall in the month of June.
Sorry to interrupt, we have 1 minute more.
Okay, I'm going to conclude. This is the penultimate slide. So the quantum of rainfall in the month of June, August, and September has a positive and significant influences, whereas July rainfall has negative and significant impact. July rainfall was found to have negative but insignificant impact. So from the model, it was found that 1% increase in June rainfall led to 0.08% increase in yield. And overall, except the month of July, all other monsoon months rainfall had positive impact on the yield of Kharif rice. So I would like to conclude here that during the growing period of rice, Manipur received ample amount of rainfall, but some years saw low rainfall during this period, which may have adversely affected crop yield in those years. Monsoon season, in addition to pre-monsoon and post-monsoon season rainfalls, saw decreasing significant trend in Manipur during the study period. The state therefore experiences unpredictable rainfall patterns, making it imperative to supply farmers with accurate weather information to aid in their crop planning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Singh. So if there is any questions, we can take anyone.
Yes, I have little questions.
Okay, sir, but I think he has disconnected just now.
Okay.
No, I'm still here. I think I am.
Okay, sir. Okay.
You're still, Thank you very much for your nice presentations. I understand you use the IMD graded data.
Yes.
I guess there are also some point observation stations. So at first, if you have you made any effort to validate your gridded data with the point observations data first before using the gridded data?
Actually, I haven't done that, but I'll try in the future. In one of the problems with meteorological station here in our state is that we have only one meteorological station certified by IMD. So in future, I'll try to calculate correlation between that point with the gridded data. But for this,
Even if you have only one observations data, but if you make a comparisons and do some necessary corrections, then your data quality will enhance, and then it will give you better results with rice productions. Thank you for your nice report.
Do we have any other questions? Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Manglem. But now we shall go for next presenters. Next presenter, yes. Okay. Mr. H.G. Singh. Mr. H.G. Singh. Wirem G. Singh. Are you there?
Hello, ma'am, I'm here.
Okay. So, yes, you please carry on with your presentation.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I am Gulshan from Department of Geography, Manipur University, and I'm going to present a paper on the land use land cover changes in the Imphal city and the surrounding region and the prediction of future land use sectors in city.
We cannot see your slide. Could you please share your slide?
Okay, I'm okay, definitely. Is my slide visible to you all?
Not yet. Yes, it is.
Is it visible?
Yes, it is visible.
It's basically the analysis of the LULC changes and the prediction of the Imphal city and the surrounding area using geospatial techniques. Okay, the objective is first to have a supervised classification of images for the 3 different years during my study period, which is from 1991 to 2021. Okay, I've taken 4 years, 1991, 2001, 2011, and 2021 for this study. Then the second is to go for change detection and analysis of the dynamics of the land use land cover changes over the study period. And finally, by using the supervised classification of the 2 images, I'm going to simulate and predict the land use land cover changes by using CANN Molux model. The study area. My study area is Imphal and its surrounding area. So Imphal city is basically the core of the city, and Imphal city and its surrounding area constitutes the so-called as Greater Imphal area, which is about 165 square kilometers in area. This is the location map, Manipur. Then it's like lies in the center of Manipur in Imphal Valley. Then this is my study area, the Imphal. So in methodology, here I have dataset. I've taken the Landsat images from downloaded from USGS for different time intervals in my during study period, and I have also used a certain data set for the special variable maps, which I've used especially in predicting the LULC. So for slope, I have downloaded from the DM data from BIRBHUM. Then for other special variable maps like distance from the load main centers, I have used data from OpenStreetMap. And ArcGIS Imagine 2014 is used for the source classification by using the maximum likelihood classifier, and accuracy assessment by using the matrix union is done. And then USGS 2.16 Molux is used for the simulation and prediction of LULC. So this is a brief description of the 4 land use category I have classified. This is roughly on the basis of the scheme given by the FAO. So I have 4 category of land uses: green cover, agriculture, built-up area, and water bodies. So in image classification, I have actually taken a minimum of 80 spectral signature for each class of land uses, and some of the image quality for Imphal is 4, so I have done some recording. So that I have rectified some of the spectral signatures, especially those having similar signatures through ground verification and from the Google Earth. Here is the revised classification of 1991. As you can see, the different colors representing different land uses: yellow representing the agricultural land uses, green representing the green cover, red representing the urban, or you can say built-up areas, and blue water bodies. So this is for 1991. As you can see, it changes, no, from 1991 to 2001. Then I will continue. This is 2011. Then this is 2021. As you can see from these images, especially the built-up areas, which is represented by the red color, has been rapidly expanding over the last 30 years or so. Okay, so in assessment, what I've done is that I've used the matrix union, and I've taken at least 40 sample ground points for each class of LUC, and the accuracy assessments performed, and I found that overall accuracies were 89%, 85%, 89%, 89% for the 4 different years which is taken into the study. Then here is the result in this table. What you can see is that in one column I have given the categorization of different land uses, and in another the changes in the area, and in terms of hectares, and in terms of percentage changes, and finally in the 4th column there is changes, annual changes in hectares per year. And you can see especially the built-up areas, which was 24,000 for 40 hectare, or you can say 24 square kilometer, has been increased to 60 square kilometer or so in 30 years. So it means urbanization is taking place over this region in the last 30 years or so, and the agricultural land and the green cover are reduced significantly over the 30 years. As you can see, majority of the changes for the has happened in the built-up areas, and a large percentage of changes will happen in the green cover and agricultural areas. So in this diagram, I have given the proportion of various categories of changes over the different years: 1991, 2001, 2011, and 2021. As you can see from this compound bar graph also, the rate keeps on increasing. It was 15% or so in 1991, and it has increased to 37% of the total area in 2021. So a change detection is also performed in ADAS Imagine to analyze the LULC changes in the study area, and change detection for 3 decades are calculated by using the matrix union, and from that you can see there's apparent changes of the land uses in the study area. So here in the upcoming slides I will be displaying the major land use changes during the study period. So here this is the changes from 1991 to 2011. As we can see, green covers changing to other land classes, agriculture also changes to other land classes and all. So maximum changes we can see over the next 10 years, majority of the build-up increases has been from the agriculture. So in this slide also, as you can see, majority of the changes.
Please try to sum up.
Okay. So in a nutshell, what we can see is that majority of the increase in the build-up area is basically from the agricultural area, followed by the green cover and water bodies. And finally, I have used the classified supervised images for 2001 and 2021 as initial and base year to simulate and predict the future land use and changes of Imphal and surrounding area in 2041. So I have used 3 special parameters here, or you can say the factor maps, which are the slope, which is downloaded from DM, the distance from the primary road, and some main economic centers also selected to simulate the land use land cover changes. And the overall validation shows a kappa coefficient and correctness of 0.64 and 74% respectively. And finally, this is the predicted or land use land cover changes of the Impal city and the surrounding area in 2040. As you can see, there is rapid expansion of this red area representing the build-up regions, and there's a shrinking of the areas under blue, which is water body, green, and the yellow, which is agricultural areas. So it is observed that the build-up areas is predicted to expand significantly from about 60 hectares in 2021 to about 89-90 square kilometer in 2041, with an annual increase of about 147 hectares over the next 20 years. So majority of the LULC changes is happening. Increase in the build-up is predicted with significant decrease of areas under the water bodies, followed by green cover and agriculture. So in conclusion, what I would like to say is that urbanization is happening rapidly over the last couple of years in Imphal city and surrounding area, and in the future also it is projected to expand rapidly. So it is, this study, especially the present part, will be of particular significance to the planners and the like to have an assessment about the pollution programs for the future development of the Imphal city. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Now we shall go for next presenter, and if anybody has any questions, kindly you can keep it for future, and at the end of the session we can take those questions, and simply you can just post it in the chat box. Okay. So next presenter is Mr. Shakti Kiran DR. Okay. Next presenter is Mr. Ranjit.
Hello. Yes, madam.
Yes. So please take your time and try to complete it within 8 minutes. We are running behind the time. Okay. Okay. Now please go ahead with your presentation.
मैडम प्रेजेंटेशन हो नहीं पा रहा, आपकी इधर से कर दीजिए, मैंने मेल किया है आपको.
Okay. Just a minute. Let me. अच्छा हो गया?
Yes, madam.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Myself Ranjit Wankhede, research scholar, Barkatullah University, Bhopal. First, statistical model for analyzing the variability of rainfall, different agroclimatic zone of the Madhya Pradesh using principal component analysis. Madam, I audible, visible?
Yes, very much. Please go ahead.
Yes. The state of the Madhya Pradesh occupy total geographical area 44.34 million hectare out of the 55.9 hectare. The principal component applied to understand the spatial and temporal variability of monsoon rainfall in the state of Madhya Pradesh. The southwest monsoon rainfall data over 49 widely spread station. A few work Mr. Iyengar sir ने West Bengal, Karnataka, Iyengar sir and Northeast Mahapatra sir ने principal component analysis का use किया है. My study area is Madhya Pradesh. First of all, western disturbance via Bengal or western disturbance and cyclonic circulation which more affected by the Madhya Pradesh. This area affected by the cyclonic circulation via Bengal, and this area affected by the western disturbance. This is my research methodology. Rij is equal to rainfall, I is equal to rainfall station, and the year is the time. This is the mean area, mean 1 upon n summation xi minus ri.
I don't get.
Yes,
ma'am. Could you please change your slide? We cannot see the changes in slide. We can see only your top page. Yeah.
Sir, visible?
Yeah, now it is cut. Yeah. Go to your.
Yes, sir. This my Madhya Pradesh study area, which affected by the western disturbance and the affected by the cyclonic circulation. I use the principal component analysis. Mr. Iyengar sir, Rij, Ri is equal to rainfall station, I from station, and T from time. I from station for 47 districts used for time for 1991 to 2020. This is the mean and covariance matrix, principal component analysis I for use for the variability of rainfall. But this is the testing of the hypothesis chi-square 2 into 2 square matrix with 1 degree of freedom. The result is the principal component analysis eigenvalue eigenvectors show the 90% 7 June, July, August and September. The 19.43% June month, 82% of the July month and 83% 9 or September month 85.17. Sir, June month principal, not July month and principal. This is the affected for the frequencies of the annual rainfall affected. Annual rainfall plus minus and minus. This is the significant observer chi-square distribution 2x2 contingency table affected for the western disturbance and cyclonic circulation. And the southwestern monsoon for the affected for the chi-square test is significant, 5% level of significant. So conclusion, sir, the principal component analysis understand temporal variability. Data used for 47 station grid data 0.25 into 0.25, 30 years, 1991 to 2000 has been analyzed the intra-seasonal and inter-annual variability. The results show 7 component eigenvalues, variance component 94.69, July and yes, sir. Southwest monsoon is eigenvalue cumulative percent 92.13%. This is the reference, sir. Paiju, sir, Bedi and Bindra Iyengar, sir, Mahapatra, sir, and thank you very much, madam.
Okay, thanks a lot, Mr. Ranjit.
Yes,
madam. Thank you so much. So we shall go for next presenter. Next presenter is Miss Diksha Bhati. Are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, please go ahead with your presentation.
You sure? I don't.
Yes. Anything?
Yes, ma'am.
Please consider the time limit.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so the title of my presentation is Socioeconomic and Ecological Transformations in the Life of Changpas in Jangtan, Eastern Ladakh. So this is the study area. This is the Changtang region in Ladakh, which I will be talking about. So Changtang is actually it's a highland grazing ecosystem. It's part of Ladakh, but also has the same physiography as of the Tibetan Plateau, and it's mostly about 4,500 meters above sea level. And mainly people called Changpas live here who are pastoralists, but they also do agriculture in the summer, if possible. And because mostly in winters the agriculture is impossible to do because of frozen ground. So what else? We know that Changpas also practice Buddhism, and they have cultural similarities with the neighboring Tibet areas. So moving ahead, I've divided my presentation in 2 parts. I will be talking about grazing in Changtang, and then again I'll be talking about socioeconomic transformations in Changtang. So firstly, so what happens is that because it's a pastoral community, so their lifestyle is more focused on what do they do with their livestock throughout the year. And so basically there is unlike transhumans in Himalayas, the mobility is circular. They go from one place to another, changing their routes from one pasture to another, and the movement is seasonal, and the movement is seasonal, and there is special movement of pastoral nomads. But the thing is, instead of moving up and high in the instead of moving up and high in the Himalayas, they move in circular regions because Changthang is actually a very hilly terrain, as you can see. This is physiography of Changthang. These are the villages where these people reside. Karnak, Samadrakchan, Hanle, and others. So what happens is because if they do not move from one pasture to another, there's a problem of overgrazing and degradation. If that is why they have to keep on moving. So the thing is, what is happening is now that there has been climatic variabilities on in Ladakh. There has been erratic precipitation changes and flash floods and pest invasions and whatnot. But there has been studied on the Tibetan side of Changthang, so which tells us about irregular precipitation patterns and pasture degradation. So the same thing has been happening in Changthang, and the community that lives there, Changpas, according to them, what they observed is that there has been a irregular pattern of rainfall and snowfall in the last decade. So especially in the months of April, May, and June, which are important for grazing, there has been there's been lower than normal temperature and less sunny days, which creates a problem because the snow isn't melting enough, and that means there are less pastures. And other than that, there is also a significant problem in the winters because the winter pastures are normally where they would move are used by other wildlife by the time they reach. So people are facing a hard shortage in the winter months. So this is the location. As you can see there, I have divided my study area into 4 grassland locations. This is Karnak, this is Samadrakchan, and this is the upper eastern part. So I used USGS data, basically SCDM and Google Earth Pro to see changes in the grasslands from the decade of 1990 to the last decade. So there has been actually a reduction in the pasture. You can see, especially in the Karnak region, there has been less pasture areas, and here as well. So this is the data. We could see that there has been a reduction in a few hundred square kilometers. So other than that, what I would like to talk about is that because grazing is the main activity, this also what happens is that there has been a change in the socio-economic composition of how they live their lives. The people have been because Ladakh what I can tell you is that Changthang has been, as you see, this is where Changthang is located, and the other side where it comes under China is the Changthang Plateau on the other side. So during 1962, there was a war, and what happened, the Tibetan refugees came towards India's side, and this led to a shortage, and it's put a pressure on the whole region. So people who were the original residents of Changthang had to deal with Tibetan refugees also wanting space for their livestock, and this created some issues in the community. But however, so since then, because of these intrusions, people have managed how to have changed their life in the past 3 decades. They have completely figured out ways to deal with how the Tibetan refugees and the indigenous Changthang people work together. So so there's been also, this is a very militarized zone because the border is a delicate place here. So there has been more opportunities for people to get out of this pastoral community of theirs, and their inspirations have changed, their worldview has changed. So what they want to do is they don't really want to continue doing the same thing anymore, because there's a livelihood security if they could work in military messes or work as porters for the military area. And again, they could go to Leh, get more daily wage labor opportunities. Also, because Changthang is so far away from the particular urban area of Leh, So there's been always a lack of facilities reaching Jangta. So since people, yes, ma'am.
Ms. Diksha, only 1 minute, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So people actually, for health and education and all other important things, they usually just go to Ladakh. And in fact, some families have given over their livestock to their extended family members, or have put other people in charge for the same herding practices. But this has led to inexperienced people you going around the traditional pastures, and so some people are actually worried. Some elder members of the community are actually worried that the younger children might not want to pursue this anymore. So also I would like to emphasize on one more point, because the Changpas actually herd the Pashmina goats. Pashmina is the main capital that they get by selling Pashmina. People in Changthang, that is what they earn. So actually the increase has been in the number of goats, and sheep and yaks have reduced. Yaks were traditionally more important, but now there is motorized transport, so they don't need it anymore. So other than that, so what I would like to say is that during the past 30 years, there has been a change in the pace of life of these people, and and there has been a decline in what people would like to what amount of people are staying in Changthang instead of choosing the same activity of their ancestors. And other than that, they actually want to go to urban areas and relocate and do better. So that is all. So I would like to also tell you about because there is a militarization and economic changes, and the livestock also is changing in the composition. There are other people throughout the world who are interested in this particular region. So you would see a lot of non-government organizations trying to work through the place in Changthang for wildlife and for the pastoral community. However, I think there is a need for improving education and health facilities, and so that these people can continue living a sustainable practice. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Diksha.
Yes, ma'am.
Same for you also. Please, audience, if you have any questions, communicate through chat box, or else we can take it at the end of the session. So next presenter is Dr. Mohan Arjun Vasave and Sandeep B. Gaur. Are you there? Dr. Mohan Arjun Vasave. Okay. Next presenter is Miss FVLH Zuali.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, please go ahead with your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. So, myself, F. Valalmangizwali, I will be presenting on a topic of evaluation of subsurface water availability zones in Sampai Town, Mizoram. So, the subsurface voids are often filled by water all over the world, and this subsurface water is predominantly used for irrigation, domestic, and industrial purposes. The river within this study area is non-perennial, and because of that, during the dry months of February, March, and April, this region always face water shortages. To tackle this problem, this study endeavors to address this problem through identification of groundwater potential zones. And this assessment will be relevant not only for the local residences, but also for the government in ensuring a consistent and reliable water supply, especially when surface water availability is at its lowest. So the main aim of this study is to access the surface water availability zones in Sampai Town, Mizoram, using ArcGIS and HP techniques. The objectives are to identify thematic maps of drainage density, lineament density, geology, geomorphology, slope, rainfall, and LULC, and to identify and map the groundwater potential zones inside Champhai town. So this is the study area. It is located in the northeastern corner of India, bordering India with Myanmar. It has a total area of 26.13 kilometers square, and this region is drained by one river, which is called Tui Pui River, and this region is also called as the Rice Bowl of Mizoram. So this is the flow chart of the methodology for a delineation of groundwater potential zones. And going to the results and discussion, lithology is the, I put lithology as the first factor for delineation of groundwater potential zones. So the lithology map has been divided into it has been classified into three barrel quaternary, and locating in the eastern border is the unmapped area. Lithologically, the study area is the study area consists of sedimentary rocks, primarily shale, sandstone, and alluvium. Shale is sedimentary rock, which is known for its low permeability, while sandstone and alluvium are relatively high permeability. They have high permeability due to their loose nature. For that, a rank value of 12 is given for HP analysis. And the second factor, geomorphology. Here, the study area map has been divided into 4 classes, and which are river, valley, dissected hills and valleys, and ridges. So among the 4 classes, hills and dissected valleys occupy the large part of the area, which is 80.50%. For this, a rank value of 11 is given for HP analysis. Going on to the next factor, which is drainage density. Higher drainage density indicate higher chances of runoff. In the study area, for the delineation of drainage density map, 5 classes have been made. About 42.58% of the area is under very low drainage density, 20.76 as low, 21.55% as moderate, 11.75% as very high drainage density. So a rank value of 11 has been assigned for drainage density. Going on to lineament density. Lineament density are the linear features of the Earth's surface. 41.8% of the study area is categorized under very high to high lineament density. For that, a rank value of 5 is given for HP analysis. Going on to slope. Areas having moderate slope might be considered favorable for groundwater recharge, while areas with steep slope might be considered as potential discharge area. So in the study area, 66.54% have been categorized under near to gentle slope. Again, for that, rank 3 has been given for HP analysis. And going on to land use, land cover. 41% of the area is categorized under natural vegetation. And only 3% of the area is covered by built-up land. Built-up land, built-up land are concrete and they hinder infiltration for water percolation. For that, a rank value of 17 has been assigned. And going on to soil. The study area is composed mainly of humic Cambi soils, and these soils are typically characterized by having a high content of organic matter, which can significantly affect the soil permeability. For that, a rank value of 7 has been assigned. And rainfall is another crucial factor for groundwater potential zoning. as they directly affect the recharge of groundwater aquifers. The study area is under the direct effect of monsoon. So this region receives an annual rainfall of 243 centimeters annually, and a rank value of 34 has been assigned for rainfall. So this is the pairwise HP matrix for delineation of groundwater potential zone. Going on to result and discussion, after the final map has been obtained, after performing a weighted overlay analysis, and the study area is divided into, again, 4 classes as poor, fair, good, and excellent groundwater potential zones. So 0.30% of the area was classified as excellent groundwater potential zone, and 18.37% was classified as having a good groundwater potential zone, and 80.61% was categorized as fair potential zone, and only 0.73% was classified as poor groundwater potential zone. In this table, I have select 3 wells which are in triangle depicted.
I hope Ms. Jolie.
I was facing a computer. My laptop just shut down. Can I continue, ma'am, please?
Right now, it will take time, isn't it? So you can wait for
there is
some
only
time.
one slide left, ma'am. Yeah.
Okay, okay. So you can carry on at the end of the session, okay?
Sure,
You
sure,
just try to find out your presentations, and if your laptop has already opened, so you can share now. If it is not, then you just take your time.
It's I can share right now, ma'am.
Okay, okay, okay. Carry on.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Is it visible, ma'am? Yep.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, thank you. So the top one is the top well is found at a depth of 140 feet deep, and the middle one is found at the depth of 240, and the last one is found at the depth of 150. So coming to my conclusion, the present study is an attempt to delineate the groundwater potential zones using a combination of GIS and HP techniques. A total of 8 thematic layers have been used. And again, the study of groundwater potential zone in this region is important, as every year they used to face water problem before the burst of monsoon. And the study's implication extends to agricultural and irrigation sector, as the study area holds promising potential for cultivation and subsequent irrigation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Someone is calling ki Debashish Sarkar. He has written that I am Debashish Sarkar. I will present my topic. But whatever list we have, we cannot find your name. Okay, so just 1 minute. Let me let me call another participants.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Jayashri Patil, are you there? Dr. Jayashri Patil?
I am.
Your voice is not clear, Dr. Devashir. Actually, I cannot hear you properly, so sorry. Dr. Devashish, can you please come in? Okay, okay.
In more quickly and accurately and precisely than human beings. By artificial intelligence, a concept referred to how computers and machine can demonstrate intelligence.
Dr. Devashish, just a minute. Just a minute, we cannot hear you, even we cannot see your presentation. You have very much background noise as well. So please wait for some time. You take your time, go in a good space so that we can hear you properly. By that time, let us to take next presenters. Yeah, we cannot hear you. It is very noisy background coming out. So, next presenter is Jayashri Patil. Are you there? Dr. Jayashri Patil. Okay. Next presenter is Mrs. Mitali Ghosh.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, please go ahead. And after that, and the other participants, Amisha Thakur, please be prepared.
Hello, ma'am. Good afternoon.
And keep in mind that your presentation should be within 8 minutes.
Sure, ma'am. Good afternoon, everybody. Myself, Mitali Ghosh. Here I am presenting my research paper entitled as Health and Nutritional Status of Migrated Women Engaged as Brick-Clean Workers, a micro-level study of Hooghly district. Generally, women brick-clean workers are very vulnerable as to their health and nutritional status. Their impoverished socioeconomic condition and limited access to knowledge are the key factors. Here, health and nutritional status of women brick-clean workers with regards to their body mass index and its association with other variables are area of concern. This is a location map at the right bank of the river Hooghly. There are a number of brick clean in Chandanagar Municipal Corporation. Nolini brick clean, Balaji brick clean, etc. Lots of brick cleans are found here. Main objectives are to explore the impact of socioeconomic conditions of the women brick clean workers, to investigate their health status, current health status to calculating BMI, and scrutinize the controlling factors of health and nutritional status of women brick clean workers. I have applied the longitudinal survey. I have conducted the longitudinal survey to collect the anthropometric data. Here I use purposive sampling method to collect the all types of anthropometric data. I have used steel measure tape and digital weight machine to collect the data of height and weight. There are two phases of collecting of primary data. Before the pandemic situation, The blood samples were collected through vein intervention with proper consent of the target population. The health workers of Chandanagar Municipal Corporation and the attendant of pathology centers assist me to collect the anthropometric data. At that time, manual sphygmomanometer was used to collect the blood pressure data. But during the pandemic situation, where lockdown was released for some time, and after the pandemic situation, the gathering was not allowed. So I went to door to door to collect the data. Then I used a digital sphygmomanometer and digital thermometer to collect the blood sample and blood pressure data. This is the socio-economic background of the migrated working women from Bihar, Jharkhand, North and South Chobbish Pargona. Women were migrated and are associated in this Bricklane area as the worker. Most of them are illiterate, and only 16% has the primary level of education. Hindu is the main religion, followed by Muslims, and they are mostly scheduled in type. They have no breakfast conception. They usually have the 2 times of meal. They usually skip meal, and the food value decrease due to washing vegetables after cutting and due to overcook. According to RDA, recommended dietary allowances, all the food amount of food quantity taken by these women are less than RDA recommended by ICMR 2014. Carbohydrate is the basic staple food. Milk, meat, and fruits are absolutely absent, and egg is the only source of protein, but they are very rare. These are the health status. 1/5 of the total women belong to the severe thinness. They have the low blood pressure and anemic tendencies. Here I assess the health risk according to UNDP goalpost method. Women bricklane workers had the high to moderate to high health risk. Chi-square test was used to search the significant association with body mass index and other variables. Age and other variables like age of marriage, number of meal, family income are associated with the body mass index, and there are significant difference was found between working and non-working women in case of education, family income, and intake of food. Pearson correlation was applied to identify the significant association among all the variables, including socioeconomic as well as anthropometric variables. Here, age and family income was significantly related, as well as early marriage and education is significantly associated. On the other hand, systolic blood pressure and diastolic blood pressure are also significantly associated, but BMI and total calorie intake are very close to significant level. Lastly, the final question is that which one dominates, which variable would dominate the health condition of women working in bricklane area? Here, principal component analysis was used. PC1 including women income, working hour, age at labor force, and duration of job, indicating the economic status of working women residing in the slums in bricklane, dominate the whole scenario. PC2, including age of marriage, family income, income of husband, and education level of husband, indicating the marital and family status. On the other hand, PC3, including number of meals and skipping meal, indicating the nutritional status. And lastly, PC4, including age and education of the women bricklayer workers, indicating the demographic status. It may be concluded that women bricklayer workers, almost 90% women bricklayer workers, belong to the backward community. They are basically illiterate and having mean level of income was 150. Their nutritional status was not satisfied according to RDA. They belong to the thinness or overweight according to their BMI. Low blood pressure and anemic tendency was associated to them. That is the key reason of their health risk. Age, family income, age of marriage, and number of meal taken was significantly associated with their BMI. And economic status of women controlling the entire scenario. Thank you.
It's a very nice presentation and work. Thank you so much, Ms. Mitali Ghosh. If anybody has a question, please you can contact with her through chat box. Next presenter is Debashish Sarkar. Are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I am here.
Please go ahead and keep in mind we have to complete by 8 minutes, and please keep your background noise a little bit lesser. Please go ahead.
I am Debashish Sarkar. I would like to thank all dignitaries present this seminar, and I would like to special thank seminar organizing committee. Those give me opportunity to deliver my topic, namely application of artificial intelligence and machine learning in decision-making process in classroom.
So sorry to interrupt. Do you have any presentation? Are you sharing? We cannot. It is not visible actually.
It is a connection problem here.
Okay.
So I will deliver my lecture on concept by artificial intelligence. The concept refers to how computers and machines can demonstrate intelligence. It possesses artificial intelligence, behavioral learning capabilities, self-awareness of human level, and science fiction. It refers to existence that that enable compute algorithms to automatically learn from data. It is the most common form of artificial intelligence in real-world applications such as image recognition, automated process of analysis big data for focus on unuseful insight. Then my objectives of the study to find out how artificial intelligence is relevant in the teaching learning process in geography discipline. And my second objective is to find out how machine learning is relevant in the teaching learning process of geography discipline. My methodology is the structured literature review with a reliable and applicable resource review paper from various websites. The study is based on both primary questionnaire and field observation on the basis of random sampling of different 30 colleges, north and 24 Parganas. Data interpretation is for administrative support. Artificial intelligence can be used to crunch data set on the basis of requirement. Colleges make recruitment, admission decision making in admission, assessment, performance of students, at this level, it is used to generate and content to write code, resolve accessibility issues, deconfiguration with writing processes, and detect plagiarism. The artificial intelligence has tools to recommend many courses, including motivations of students' performance and student performance in geography. For research support in geography, artificial intelligence tools is used to sift through large data sets to identify patterns, building models, building various geographical models, recommended articles, and prepared definite manuscript of publications of different physical and human sections of geography. Educators like as a geographer, the ChatGPT to draft course syllabi, lecture content, assignments, and grading rubrics at the different levels. Thought geography as a discipline. On the other hand, machine learning, these types of statistical procedural steps with specific patterns, the features which are actually termed as algorithms. Next slide. I also discuss the benefits of machine learning in geography classroom. At first steps, data interpretation, reduce human intervention, accuracy, control large value of data, future prediction planning, automatic intelligence tutoring system, automatic grading, customized education, impact learning experience in geography, learning process tracking in this discipline, understanding students' needs in geography, emergency period in geographical school of thought. My conclusion is geography as a discipline has also benefited from application of artificial intelligence and machine learning. Togetherly, geographical information system, remote sensing, and GIS science also hold some study get the benefits of machine learning, which is called artificial intelligence. In area of human geography, machine learning has been used to explore the distribution of products, goods, population, genetics, tourism projection, and agricultural production systems, which is discussed in different parts of different section of geography. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Devashish. I think you were traveling, but within that you have presented. That's a very good effort you have made. Yeah. So it's okay. Although we have missed your presentations, that means visually we have missed your presentation. So it's okay. It is very nice to hear from your work. Thank you again. Next presenter is Mr. Sakit. Mr. Sakit Bihari, are you there? Okay, we shall go to Mr. Shyam Lochan Bora. Are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay. Please go ahead with your presentation and please try to complete it within time. Thanks. And other than presenters and all of other attendees, mute yourselves.
Hello, ma'am. Ma'am. Am I audible and visible, ma'am?
Yes, your presentation is visible and your audio is was not quite clear, but yes, it's okay, I guess.
Okay.
And others again, please keep in mind that you should keep your system in mute condition because we can hear some background noise as well. So please take your time within 8 minutes. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, respected chairperson, co-chairperson, and moderator of this international seminar. And good afternoon to all of the participants around the world. Today I am going to present my topic, analysis of land surface temperature with NDVI and build-up index, and mapping of urban heat lines in Tinsukia district of Assam using remote sensing and geospatial tools. So this is my introduction. We know that climate change is a very serious issue nowadays, and since 20th century, the rising global mean temperature has attracted the scientists' attention. And as we know, most of the world's population resides in urban areas, so urbanization is one of the most significant causes of global warming. And because of urbanization, there is a phenomenon which is called urban heat rising, which can be defined as a difference in temperature between urban and rural areas. That means because of urbanization, the temperature in the urban areas is higher than the rural areas. And this has resulted from population growth and urbanization. So in order to study the urban heat island phenomena, people have studied the air temperature, or we can study the land surface temperature. And as that, because of the advancement in remote sensing techniques, so the sensors have the ability to measure the land surface temperature. Also, there are lots of studies which have used land surface temperature to understand or to study the urban heat island. What is land surface temperature? It is a very important climate variable and defined as the radiative skin temperature of land surface, which is extensively used in the study of evapotranspiration, climate change, vegetation watching, etc. So, and various studies shown that LST responses as a function of defined rain cover, especially vegetation and build-up areas. And one of the most important vegetation indices, which is called normalized defined vegetation indices (NDVI), to assessment the vegetation area. And there are many indices like normalized defined build-up index, or urban index, which are widely used for extraction of build-up areas. So in this study, we have used NDVI and BU. So our aim of the study is to analysis between the correlation between LST, NDVI, and build-up index for the years 2000, 2010, and 2020 in order to find the relationship among them in the Tinsukia district of Assam. And finally, we want to calculate the urban island phenomena from the LST. So this is my study area, Tinsukia district. This is comprising of an area of 3,790 kilometers. It is a border district of Assam and Arunachal Pradesh. Now, materials and methods. So in this study, we have used Landsat 5 and Landsat 8 satellite image data, and the details of the data is shown in the table here. Now, first of all, we calculate the NDVI index using the normal near infrared radiation band and red band, and for this purpose, we have calculated band 4 and band 3 for Landsat 5, and for Landsat 8, we have calculated band 5 and band 4. Similarly, to calculate the build-up index, we have to first calculate the normalized defined build-up index using this formula, and after that, we calculate the build-up index by differentiating between NDVI and NDVI. So after that, we calculate LST from Landsat 5, and the procedure for LST is given here. First of all, we calculate the spectral radius, then we calculate the brightness temperature in Kelvin. After that, we convert the temperature into Celsius. And in case of Landsat 8, we use thermal band 10, and the procedure is here again. First, we calculate the spectral radius, then we calculate the brightness temperature in Celsius. After that, we calculate NDVI. After that, we calculate the proportion of vegetation index. After that, we calculate the land surface emissivity. And after all that, we calculate the LST using this formula, and the reference is given here. And after that calculation of LST, we calculate the USI using this formula, where LST is the land surface temperature of that area, and LST means the mean land surface temperature, and LSD is the standard deviation. So these are results and discussion. The first, these are the maps of NDVI in 2000, 2010, and 2020, showing the values of NDVI. So in 2000, NDVI ranges from minus 0.48 to 0.70. In 2010, NDVI ranges from minus 0.42 to 0.71, almost similar. In 2022, it ranges from minus 20 to minus 5.6. That means NDVI is decreasing. So after that, we calculate the build-up index here. As we seen from the figure, that build-up index is increasing day by day from 2000 to 2020. Sorry. After that, we calculate the correlation between LST and NDVI for the year 2000, 2010, and 2022, and correlation between LST and build-up index for the year 2000, 2010, and 2022. And from the correlation analysis, we have seen that LST is in negative correlation with NDVI. That means when the dense vegetation area increases, LST decreases, and when build-up area increases, LST increases. And after that, we calculate the urban island intensity from the LST formula, which I have shown earlier, and this is the spatial distribution of LST in the study area. So what are my conclusions? So in this study, we have studied the variation of the land surface temperature with NDVI and build-up index in the Tinsukia district of Assam. And we have seen that the positive correlation between LST and build-up index indicates that increase in build-up area, land surface temperature as well as urban heat island tend to increases, and the negative correlation between land surface temperature and NDVI indicates that green areas can minimize the LST. So as we know that populations are increasing, so therefore urbanization is increasing, and because of this urban heat island increases. And This poses various effects from health to economy. So therefore, based on the findings of this study, it is recommended that the implementation of appropriate vegetation in the densely populated urban areas can mitigate the impact of climate change. These are my references, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bora. And I am really very much pleased to see that you are from Department of Physics. And that means our geography subject matter is enriched by many ways. So we are getting.
I'm relatively very new in this field, but I found these topics remote sensing interesting, and my research area is climate change, so I want to relate climate change with remote sensing techniques.
We are very much pleased to hear you, sir. And this topic is also very much important in our geography subject matter. And thank you so much for your nice presentation. We shall go for next presenter, Dr. Shushmita Sengupta. Are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Dr. Shushmita, please go ahead with your presentation.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, is it visible?
Yes, very much. It is visible.
Okay. A very good afternoon to all of you. In the present seminar, Recent Advancements in Geographical Studies, a Multidimensional Outlook, hosted by the Department of Geography, Rampurhat College, myself, Shushmita Sengupta, along with my co-presenter, Dr. Monika Shaha, is presenting on topic Dependence on Forest Products to Sustain Rural Livelihood and Experience from India. I am reading the comment of an elderly people living in the forest that we are the people of the jungle. We live here, we shall die here in this jungle also. The jungle is our God.
Hi Shushmita, may I interrupt you a little bit? Your voice is not clear. Could you please check your voice?
The connection is okay, sir. My connection is
we
okay.
We can see your presentations, but I cannot hear you.
Still, you are not you hear from me? Now am I audible clearly, sir?
The voice is clear, I think.
Is it clear? Is my voice clear?
Yes, I think the voice is clear.
Okay.
Yeah, now it is clear.
It's completely clear.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. Thank you. I am continuing. So from the above comment, it is clear that rural livelihoods are still highly dependent on natural resources, especially in developing countries. The previous literatures clearly depict that 20% of the global population depends on forest products to meet their daily livelihood needs. Wieveld et al. In 2007 clearly denoted that forests provide nearly 22% of the income of rural households in developing countries, both through earning cash and by meeting up subsistence needs. In Asia, forest income contributes a significant amount of nearly 10 to 20% of the average income of households. Ryan Mukherjee reviewed that forest dwellers, mostly tribals, constitute the poorest and most vulnerable groups in society. Half of India's 89% tribal people tend to have close cultural and economic linkages with the forest. From the review of related literature, The research gaps, we have found that very little research focused on the predictors of forest dependence and the role of distance from the forest core in aggravating or diminishing the pattern of dependence on its periphery. And the related research questions are: what determines the household's dependency on forest products? To what extent does the household depend on forest resources? And how far does the dependence pattern differ between core and fringe areas of the forest? So from the research gap and the related research questions, the research objectives include to establish the strong linkages between forest resources and the livelihood of forest dwellers, to measure the pattern of forest dependence within the core as compared with the forest fringe areas, to examine the value addition of non-timber forest products in terms of domestic as well as commercial importance, to measure the strength of the relationship of several demographic and socio-economic variables on forest dependence, and to recommend some area-specific appropriate livelihood strategies across NTFP sectors for the forest villagers of the study area. We have selected Bankura for micro-level analysis, the fourth biggest district of West Bengal, situated in the western part of the state. It is physiographically referred to as RAR. Economically, it is predominantly agrarian, following the traditional agricultural techniques. Minimal size of landholdings, poor irrigation coverage, little agro-based knowledge with lack of mechanization limit the scope for agriculture. It occupies 11th position in Human Development Index of West Bengal, last published in HDR report in 2008. The district has huge forest coverage of 21.5% of its geographical area. The tribal people predominates in the tropical dry forest of Jaipur and Bishnupur blocks. They follow a primitive livelihood. Thus, forest plays a significant role in enhancing livelihood requirements for the rural community in the Bankura and forest region. Following a semi-structured survey of target groups of 365 respondents and data scaling, graphical representation of descriptive statistics, and likewise the qualitative data collection following the procedures of observation, conversation, open-ended, unstructured interview, we have merged the qualitative and quantitative data and the tables and figures explaining and summarizing the findings by transforming the observational data with the survey results in suitable manner, and triangulation of data analysis and by reflection in the light of existing literature. The data analysis include that the forest plays a significant role in augmenting livelihood requirements for forest-dependent people of the Bankura forest region, and the main income sources that a forest occupies 85%, livestock occupies 7.5%, and the source of income from the forest products are mainly shalpata, locally known as shia pata. It covers 93%, dry firewood occupies 79%, and other. So households within the forest core do not follow any off-farm jobs for households' landless condition or perceiving the elderly people's place attachment. And the range officer commented in this relation that due to poor accessibility and connectivity of the health center, which is at least 15 to 20 kilometers away, cultural exclusivity of the tribal people from the modern healthcare system, and also due to unaffordability of modern drugs, they depend on herbal drugs. There are no options left for them. The role of dry shal leaves or the shal pata in the forest livelihoods, an elderly lady commented that if we shell stitched shal leaves, then we get food, we can meet our daily needs, otherwise we have to starve. And the fact is that female members generally collect shal leaves. One sunny day required to make the shal leaves dry neem stick helps in weaving shal leaves to form the round-shaped shia pata, and each can stitch 150 plates maximum in a single day. But unfortunately, the fact is that within the forest, the villagers get only rupees 26 by selling 100 hand-stitched shiapata to the middleman, whereas the shopkeepers make the finished product shal plate by their machine and sell 100 ready shal plates to the people at rupees 75 to the market. So the traders and the commercial entrepreneurs dominate in the last stage of maximum value addition. The descriptive statistics of socioeconomic and livelihood features of people at Bankura forest region clearly reveal that the dependency on forest is high at forest core, land ownership is meager in the forest core, occupation is mainly forest based, the income is low, family size is moderate to large, the fuel is mainly dry wood, and the participation in forest protection committee is mainly rare in the forest core, whereas in the forest fringe the opposite picture is generally found. We have run a correlation and multiple regression analysis to measure the dependence on forest and the socioeconomic and livelihood of forest-dependent people. And the result is that forest-based occupation, landlessness, large family size, distance, use of dry wood as main fuel increase the dependency on forest resources, which is profoundly seen in on the villagers in the forest core, whereas increase in income level, educational attainment, presence of livestock, membership of forest protection committee decrease the dependence on forest to sustain livelihood. So the main findings are the remote location of households within the forest significantly determine the dependency on forest. Rural-urban migration of young people in search of a non-forest based source of employment leads to the shift in roles, with middle-aged and older adults taking over the role of forest product collection. Higher educational attainment lessens the reliance on forest resources to sustain livelihood, and larger family size bears a higher need for subsistence, resulting in additional dependence of households on forest resources. Another findings is that a positive association between the forest-based occupation and forest dependency suggests that unemployed households within the forest core are more dependent on forest products. In contrast, in the forest fringe, better employment opportunity may offer better income generating option for the people, and they less rely on forest products. And here the role of the women in the management of forest products are more, as found in the qualitative survey. They are the collector, the head loader, the processor, and the managers of the forest products. So the conclusions and recommendations from the study are that organizing forest-based developmental program to get benefits from the forest that would gradually infiltrate to the poor, which might reduce both poverty and inequality. Increasing the opportunity of employability by implementing 100 days work under NREGS program to lessen poverty. Appropriate storage and value addition of forest products, domestication and commercialization of forest products. Formation of self-help groups to obtain benefits from governmental schemes. Structured marketing system and arrangement of HART on regular marketing of value-added products. Proper upgradation of indigenous technologies by releasing easy loan and giving necessary equipments to manage the primary products into secondary one by the forest people. And lastly, providing training and skill development programs from government and non-government agencies. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shushmita.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. It is very nice work.
Thank you.
Any question related to this presentation, this work? Okay, I think then we shall go for next presenters. Miss Parminder Kaur. Miss Parminder Kaur. Okay.
Hello, ma'am.
Miss Okay. Yeah.
मैम गुड आफ्टरनून मैम एक्चुअली हमारा प्रेजेंटेशन 102 रूम नंबर में था मैम मैंने अभी बात किया तो उन्होंने कहा आपसे बात कर लीजिए तो मैम माय नेम इज आशीष कृष्ण यादव मैम तो मुझे प्रेजेंट करना मैम देखना किस नंबर पे है कब टाइम में 2 आवर से वेट कर रहा हूं मैम कंटिन्यू
व्हाट इज योर नंबर सीरियल व्हाट इज योर गुड नेम
आशीष कृष्ण यादव मैम
Okay, okay. Please wait for some time. So we have two more participants. So after that, I'll call you back.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your
Okay,
patience.
ma'am. I'll wait.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, I'm Trinankar Ghosh and my ticket for Rampurhat was cancelled today. So, is my name in the list? Is there?
Yes,
Can I
you are
check?
there. Just you are there. Wait for 1 minute, few minutes more.
Okay, okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah. Next presenter is yeah Trinankur Ghosh. So try to complete it by 5 minutes.
Hello.
Is it possible? Yeah, Trinankur Ghosh. Can you please?
Yes, ma'am. Can I present?
Yes, yes, yes. Please sum up as soon as possible by 5 minutes.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you. Carry on.
Ma'am, can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, I am.
Yes, I already have wrote in the dialog box. I'm Dr. Mili Acharya. I talked to Ashraful that I am unable to attend physically today as there's an unavailable condition in my home. So I want to present here.
Okay, Dr. Mili, you have to wait for at least one more presenter. She's waiting here.
I joined from the beginning. I talked to
Okay.
Ashraful and I already wrote in the dialog box.
Yeah, yeah. You are there. Obviously, you have to present here. Just wait for a minute, few more minutes. Let them present. They're in a queue. So you
Hello,
are
ma'am.
there. You are there. Okay. Thank you for your patience, Dr. Mili.
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible and your presentation is visible as well. You please go ahead.
Okay, okay, thank you. So I'm Trinankar Ghosh from Bhairav College. My work is based on the climatic geomorphological evolution and evidence from the diagnostic landform to show if in Baspa River Valley to show is if Baspa River Valley is affected by the climatic change or not. The concept of the study that climate is have a profound effect on the changing landforms in the earth, and the Indian summer monsoon is significantly controlled by the upliftment process of the rise of the Himalaya after early quaternary period. Um, and to show these evidences, we have studied several diagnostic landforms such as lacustrine deposits, fluvial terraces, alluvial fans, and by mapping stratigraphy in them, we have showed that there is a phase of cooling and warming phase of climate and its effect on Baspa Valley. And the scope of the study is that the Baspa River Valley is situated in the extreme northeastern part near the Indo-China border, and always and nearly half of the year covered by the ice cap. So there is very limited study on the area, and if there is some study on the alluvial fans, epigenetic causes, but those are only based on the those landforms, and there is no study into show of the relation of climate if they are affected by climate or not. So this study is showed that the study limitation is that the climatic geological relationship is a very vast topic and a topic very important topic, but we have a time limitation and financial shortage. That's why most of the study is based on the visual observation and satellite images to show if this valley is affected by climatic changing pattern or not. Just that's the main thing. Our objective is to show the find a diagnostic landform in the basin to show if the valley is affected by the climate change or the changing pattern of climate or not. To identify the past climatic conditions, if possible, identify the glacial fluvial fluctuation, and identify the variation of climate in the past. The study area, our study study the Baspa River Valley is situated in the extreme northeastern part of Himachal Pradesh in the Sangla Tehsil, surrounded by China in the north. Uttarakhand is the eastern part, and Himachal Pradesh in western and southern part. The climatic condition in the Baspa River Valley goes on a cyclic pattern of tropical and subtropical climate with temperature rising to 20 to 22 degrees Celsius in summer and 0 to 5 degrees Celsius averagely in winter. And the most of the rainfall occurred in the monsoon period, while heavy snowfall occurred in the winter period. The geology and the geomorphology, but the valley has the highest altitude of 6,473 in Jharkhand, and in Karcham the lowest altitude is 1,810 meter. Generally, the valley is mountainous with and feature to the deep valleys. The general master slope of the valley is in the southwest. Geographically, the area has been divided into four parts: fluvial terrain, fluvioglacial, alpine meadows, and rocky terrain. And this is the methodology in the primary and secondary. We have collected data. In primary data, we have identified the diagnostic landforms, slope profile, and geomorphological map study of JETCOL, and in secondary data we have collected several map and data from the various sources such as the Geological Survey of India, Indian Meteorological Department, etc. And then we have analyzed in those and statistical analysis and preparing maps. And the result and discussion of the E is divided into three parts: identifying the diagnostic landforms, slope profile, and a geomorphological study. These are the diagnostic landforms we have found. There are 8 landforms. First is the fluvial terraces. We have found 2 fluvial terraces. One is older aggregation, which is situated up from the river valley, and younger is just near the river valley. It is a stratigraphy of the Sitkul, which shows a cyclic pattern of gravel and sand, which means that the area is affected by several past floods. And this is the debris. We have found debris flow such as rock avalanche, landslide, and various places. Rock avalanches shows that the area has undergone heavy rainfall in the past. We have found such rock avalanche evidence in the Kharagula part, and there are also landslide and debris flow in the area. Alluvial fan, other. Yes, ma'am.
Dinankur, we cannot find your PPT. It's only your WhatsApp is showing.
What?
Yeah, your WhatsApp chat is only being showing. So
1 minute, ma'am.
yes. And you are almost consumed the time. So may I ask you, please complete it as soon as possible.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm doing just. Is my screen visible now? The PPT. Oh, I have found various landforms that shows that there is a changing pattern of climate, cooling and warming climate. I have also analyzed the slope characteristic and found some free-phase slope that shows that there is a cyclic pattern of in-season and aggregation there. And this is a long profile. I have found 2 nick points that also show the rejuvenation due to heavy rainfall, and then a lacustrine deposit which shows aggregation, and then a geomorphological study I have done from Chitkul. And this map is based on the visible observation inspired from the W.M. Davis. It shows older alluvial fan and aggregation surface. So concluding all the events, like debris flow, epigenetic or just terraces, we have seen that there is a cyclic pattern of warming and cooling effect there, affected due to variability of Indian summer monsoon and glacial fluctuation. These are the field photographs. Sorry. The region went tropical as well as subtropical weather climate during several times, from pressure release, crystal growth, as well as biological agents. And that's all. Thank you, ma'am, for giving me the chance to share my duty. That's all, ma'am. Hello.
Please wait a moment. Maybe Manashi is not.
Okay.
It is incomplete until we have touched all the section. Here, the third gender, this is one of the most pertinent topic discussed today, as geography is also a part of physical and also as human geography. So, we deal with the people, place, and environment. So I chose this topic. This is one of the most pertinent topics. The third gender includes a few different groups in South Asia. The most common are Hijras. They are often born male but look and dress in traditionally feminine ways. Many of them born in intersex also. They have some religious faith and they have their own style, and they become third gender. and by removing the male genitalia and as an offering to the Hindu goddess Bahuchare Mata. A young Hijra is initiated by following a guru or teacher who will teach her to learn the rituals or roles that they should perform in a society. By 2014, India specially recognized third gender people with equal rights. And it is said by the Supreme Court that it is the right of every human being to choose their gender. But the reality is different. They are deprived of socially, economically, as well as physically, and are psychologically abused. Their livelihood, especially during journey in local trains, highlighted some problems here. Here, the objectives of my study is to study the community life as well as the basic amenities and the feelings of belongings while facing the mainstream society, and to study whether they have a social identity in the mainstream society, and also how to overcome the various discrimination faced in the mainstream society. Here, sorry. The methodology in this research is used qualitative and descriptive method, and also some
Sorry to interrupt, Dr. Mili. If you are presenting any presentations, it is not visible. And please try to sum up as soon as possible. And
Is
4
it not
minutes
visible?
remaining. No, your presentation is not visible, and only 4 minutes remaining. So please.
Hello. Good afternoon and welcome to the valedictory session of our seminar. We have reached the end of the 2 days international seminar on recent advancement in geographical studies, a multidimensional outlook. These 2 days have brought us together, intelligent minds with torrents of information, ideas, and have shared wealth of experience and knowledge. It was a privilege and honor for all of us to be a part of this seminar, which was a gathering of eminent personalities from the different corners of the world. At the outset of this session, I would request Dr. Ashish Banerjee, President, Governing Body of Rampurhat College, to kindly grace the stage with his presence. Sir, if you could kindly. Dr. Prabal Kumar Sinha, Principal, Rampurhat College. Dr. Buddhadev Mukherjee, IQAC Coordinator, Rampurhat College. Sir, please come on stage. Professor D.K. Nayak. Students, please assist, sir. Professor Sunil Kumar De. Professor A.R. Siddiqui. Professor Deepak Kumar Mandol. Professor Sriti Rekha Sahu. Dr. Nazrul Islam. Professor Shashanko Gayan. And finally, I would request Dr. JayantaDas and Mr. Ashraful Alam to please be on the stage. At the outset of the session, I would request Dr. Prabal Kumar Sinha, Principal of Rampurhat College, to kindly deliver the valedictory speech of this session.
Good afternoon, everyone, to the one and all present here. Honorable Chief Patron, Dr. Ashish Banerjee, respected Coordinator IQAC, Dr. Buddhadev Mukherjee, and respected eminent resource person and all the participants. It is such an honor for me to get the opportunity to thank you all dignitaries. On behalf of Rampurhat College, I would like to express my gratitude to all esteemed delegates of the seminar for their presence and contribution to make seminar a great success. I extend my gratitude to our Honorable President of Governing Body, Rampurhat College, Dr. Ashish Banerjee, to take out time for his busy schedule to grace the event. Thank you, sir, for inspiring and encouraging us with your words on this special day. A special thanks to Dr. Buddhadev Mukherjee, Coordinator IQAC Rampurhat College, for providing immense support to make this seminar successful. I extend my gratitude to all the faculty members of Geography Department to organize this seminar. I must thank the organizing team, volunteers for working hard for the last few days to make the seminar successful. I congratulate all the participants for their active participation. I am grateful to press, food department, electrician, and all others who are associated with the program. Thank you everyone once again for making it a grand success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. We would like to invite Professor Sohail Firdaus on stage, please. Students, please assist, sir. Gungun sir ka niye jaao. Now I would request Dr.JayantaDas, the convener of this international seminar, to kindly deliver the valedictory speech.
Distinguished Chief Patron, respected Patron, esteemed guests, respected speaker, delegates, faculty members, participants, good afternoon all of you. As we draw the curtain on this today's journey of intellectual exploration and knowledge sharing, I stand before you today with a heart full of gratitude and deep sense of accomplishment. It is my privilege to deliver the valedictory speech for the international seminar on recent advancement in geographical studies, a multidimensional outlook, collaboration organized by Department of Geography, collaboration with IQAC RAMPURHAT College. Over the past 2 days, we have embarked on a remarkable voyages of learning, reflection, and collaboration. We have had the honor of hosting distinguished scholars, experts who have shared their profound insight, cutting-edge research, and innovative methodologies in the diverse realm of geographical studies. Before we proceed further, I would like to take a moment to extend our heartfelt thanks to all the individuals and organizations that made this seminar possible. First and foremost, our sincere gratitude goes to our Chief Patron, Dr. Ashish Banerjee sir, whose support and dedication have been the driving force behind the success of this seminar. His commitment and providing in this academic environment for RAMPURHAT College has set a commendable precedent. I also extend our heartfelt appreciation to our esteemed patrons, Dr. Prabal Kunal Sinha, Principal of RAMPURHAT College, Dr. Buddhadev Mukherjee, IQAC Coordinator. Your constant guidance and individual insight have been instrumental in shaping the course of this seminar. Your commitment to academic excellence and holistic development of our students serve as a beacon of inspiration. Our sincere thanks also goes to our sponsors, including Science and Engineering Research Board, SCRB, Indian Council of Social Science Research Delhi, Indian Council of Social Science Research Eastern Region, and National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development, NABARD, Survey of India, Anthropological Survey of India, National Atlas and Thematic Mapping Organization, in short, NATMO, Indian Society of Remote Sensing, ISRS, Department of Science and Technology and Biotechnology, DST and BT, Rampurhat Municipality, and Advances in Geographical Research. Your support has been pivotal in fostering innovation, knowledge sharing, and advancement in the field of geography. To our respected speakers, both national and international, we extend our deepest appreciation for gracing this seminar with your expertise and enriching our understanding of geographical studies. Your contributions have been invaluable, and we are grateful for your commitment to the field of geography. I would also like to acknowledge the robust participation of paper presenter, poster presenter, and model presenter. Altogether, we had 345 presenters from various corners of the world, India and abroad. Your enthusiasm for knowledge exchange and collaborative exploration is truly inspirable. This seminar has been a testament to the vibrant academic community that thrives on multidisciplinary engagement. To our organizing committee, faculty, staff, dedicated students, I extend my heartfelt gratitude. Your tireless effort behind the scene have been pivotal in ensuring the seamless execution of this seminar. As we reflect on the theme of seminar, recent advancement in geographical studies, a multidimensional outlook, we recognize the ever-evolving nature of geography as a field of study. The past 2 days have highlighted the transformative development, technological advancement, and interdisciplinary approach that define the contemporary geographical research. The diverse sub-themes that we explore during this seminar, from environmental monitoring and water resource management to migration, climate change, have underscored the multifaceted nature of geography. And we believe that geography itself a multidimensional subject. And these sub-themes have emphasized the importance of interdisciplinary collaboration and innovative approach to address the complex challenges of our time. I am pleased to share that this seminar has been participation from scholars not only across India, but from different parts of the world, including Bangladesh, Somalia, Ethiopia, and Nigeria. This robust international presence speaks to the global relevance and significance of geographical studies. To all the esteemed delegates and participants, I extend my warmest thanks. Your presence here has been a testament to our dedication to the field of geography and your commitment to knowledge sharing and collaboration. This seminar has provided a platform to forge new connections, exchange ideas, and lay the foundation of future research collaboration. As we conclude this seminar, let us carry forward the knowledge, insight, and connection we have gained over these 2 days. Let us continue to explore recent advancement in geographical studies and collectively contribute to the progress and development of our field. In closing, I want to express my deepest gratitude to all of you for your participation, enthusiasm, and support. I wish all you a safe journey and back home, and hope to see again in future interview. Thank you, and may the spirit of geographical exploration and innovation continue to guide our path. Warm regard, Dr. JayantaDas, convener of this seminar. Thank you so much.
Now we have reached the moment for which we all have been waiting, the award ceremony, and to felicitate the best paper presenters. The best paper presenter of technical session 1 is Mr. Piyush Majhi. Mr. Piyush Majhi, are you here? A round of applause for him. Okay, so I think he is not present. Technical session 2, Mr. Ghulam Mustafa. Mr. Ghulam Mustafa. Technical session 3, Mrs. Shuli Roy. Mrs. Shuli Roy. A big round of applause, please. technical session 4, Mr. Shantanu Paul. We have Mr. Shantanu Paul with us. Technical session 5, Ms. Shayoni Basu. Ms. Shayoni Basu. She's not here maybe. Technical session 6, Mrs. Sonal Shom. Let's have a round of applause for Mrs. Shom. For technical session 7, we have Mr. Prashanna Sarkar. Let's congratulate him, please. For session 8, we have Mr. Kaushik Das. Mr. Kaushik Das. Session 9, Mr. Shomik Shaha. Mr. Shomik Shaha. For session 10, we have Mr. Bolai Das. Session 11, Dr. Tuli Shen. Do we have Dr. Tuli Shen with us? No. For technical session 12, we have Mr. Guneshwar Barman. Session 13, Mr. Abhijit Sen. Session 14, Mr. Arojit Ghosh. Do we have Mr. Arojit Ghosh with us? No. Technical session 15, Mr. Indrajit Poddar. We have Mr. Poddar with us. নাম বলো We would like to invite Principal Sir of Nalhati College on the stage, please. Of Nalhati Hiralal Bhagat College. Yes. This is in. For technical session 16, the best presenter award jointly goes to Mr. Jhantu De and Mr. Shuman Debbarman. Mr. Jhantu De and Mr. Shuman Debbarman. Let's have a round of applause for both of them, Mr. Jhantu De and Mr. Shuman Debbarman. For session 17, the best presenter award goes to Mr. Ila Kaifas Makadi. Mr. Ila Kaifas Makadi. Please welcome sir on stage. For session 18, the presenter award goes to Ms. Debodhrita De. Ms. Debodhrita De. I'm very sorry, Ms. Debadrita De. Ms. Debadrita De. for session 19, the award goes to Miss MULTIDIMENSIONAL. Miss MULTIDIMENSIONAL.
Model or poster.
আমি ওটা বলছি না, এটা তো And for the last technical session 20, the Best Presenter Award goes to Mr. Shushanto Bishwas. I'd like to invite Professor Shashanka Kumar Gayan to kindly declare the winners of the scientific model and poster presentation competition. So do you need this mic?
Very good afternoon to all of you. Today, actually there's so many researchers, research scholars and academicians. Everybody is present here. Yesterday, actually there's so many model presented by the various students from the various institutions, but I have to choose one, actually three models among them. Among these three models, first position, Saminul Haq from Rampurhat College. Actually, the title of his model, SWS chart, simplified educational question answer, chat box, chatbot for aspiring time. Now the second one is Suprakash Datta and Priyanka Hallar. Actually, their model is affordable solar power water purification system. And third one is Chandrayaan 3. Actually, the team, Monisha Mondol, Shreya Saha, Rebina Khatun, Tanisha Mondol, Nusrat Parveen, Ashasri Das, and Nandini Saha. Now this is the poster competition. So many posters. Just we have seen yesterday. It is the very mammoth task to select them. Everybody nicely presented their poster. But among this poster we have selected our team, Professor Shubhish Sarkar, Professor A.R. Siddiqui, and our team, Professor Basudev Babu. Three posters just we have chosen. The first is Janminjoy Burman from Meghalaya University. He is a research scholar. Now the second one is Rajiv Mitro. The assessment of performance in GIS techniques. And now this is the last poster. Ria Polle and Rajiv Sarkar. Please, everybody come here and you take your certificate and memento. Thank you very much.
রাজীব মিত্র
এটা মডেল
আগে কি রাখবো
মডেল
শামিনুল হক
সামনে
শামিনুল হক তারপরে হচ্ছে সুপ্রকাশ দত্ত এবং প্রিয়াঙ্কা হালদার এবং তারপরে মনীষা মণ্ডল সভা রবিনা খাতুন তানিশা মণ্ডল নুসরত পারভিন এটা কি যশস্বী দাস নন্দিনী সাহা আর পোস্টারে জন্মজয় বর্মন রাজীব মিত্র রিয়া পল্লে রাজীব সরকার Shaminul Haq. One by one I will call your name and please come on the stage and collect your awards. Shaminul Haq, a round of applause for Shaminul. Please go over there. Side there. Suprakash Datta and Priyanka Haldar. They have come second in the scientific model competition. For the third position, Monisha Mondol, Shreya Shaha, Rubina Khatun, Tanisha Mondol, Nusrat Parveen, Ashasri Dash, Nandini Shaha. Please welcome for this gang of young ladies. They're bubbling with excitement and energy, well deserved. Now we are moving on to the poster competition. The first place, the first position goes to Janminjoy Burman. Janminjoy, please come on stage. A round of applause, please. It seems we don't have any energy anymore, please. The second position goes to Rajiv Mitro. And the final award of this evening, the third prize for poster competition, goes to Riya Polle and Rajiv Sarkar. Riya Polle and Rajiv Sarkar, are you here? No. Okay, Mr. Ashraful Alam is accepting the award on their behalf. So now we have reached to the end of this program, almost to the end of this program, and I would invite Mr. Ashraful Alam, the organizing secretary of this international seminar, to kindly deliver the vote of thanks and declare a close to the session.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. As the organizing secretary of this international seminar, I have esteemed the international seminar conducted by the Department of Geography of RAMPURHAT College. I am filled with an overwhelming sense of pride and accomplishment as we draw the curtains on this remarkable event on the second day of September 2023. It has been an extraordinary journey, one that has enriched our knowledge, expanded our horizons, and fostered meaningful connections among geographers from across the globe. Our primary goal in hosting this seminar was to create a platform for the exchange of ideas and the disseminations of cutting-edge research in the field of geography. Over the course of the first few days, we have witnessed insightful presentations, engaging discussions, and the forging of intellectual collaborations that will undoubtedly shape the future of our discipline. The diversity of perspectives and the depth of knowledge on display have been truly inspiring. For that purpose, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the organizing committee of this seminar, Dr. Ashish Banerjee, Dr. Prabal Kumar Sinha, Dr. Buddhodaya Mukherjee sir, Dr. JayantaDas sir, whose unwavering support and invaluable suggestions enriching our endeavor profoundly. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all our distinguished speakers, both national and international, who shared their expertise and inspired us with their research. Your contributions have been invaluable in making this seminar a success. I also want to express my appreciation to our dedicated organizing committees, faculty members, and the students who work tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure the seamless execution of this event. Furthermore, our heartfelt thanks go out to our sponsors, volunteers, and all those who supported us in various capacities. Your generosity and commitment have played a crucial role in making this seminar a reality. As we reflect on the knowledge gained, the connections made, and the ideas sparked during these seminars, let us resemble our journey in geography in ongoing on. Let the insights and inspiration gathered here propel us forward to our pursuits of understanding our world. I am confident that the relationship forward here will lead to fruitful collaborations and groundbreaking research in the years to come. In conclusions, I am immensely proud to have been an international seminar, and I look forward to witnessing the positive impact it will have on the field of geography. I hope that the knowledge shared and the bonds formed here will continue to flourish and enrich our global geospatial community. Thank you all for your participation and dedications, and I wish all the very best in the future endeavors. Once again, a big thank you to all. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. I convey my heartfelt gratitude to the distinguished guests, participants, and before closing the ceremony, practically it is ceremony. Before closing the ceremony, I want to declare one thing, that our college will organize a felicitation program to felicitate Sri JayantaDas, Professor JayantaDas, and for Ashraful Hossain. I know that you will be at one with me, and their devotion for organizing this program has made it a grand success. I am declaring the session is over. Thank you.
Now time to take group photo. So participant, you please come to stage so we can take some group photos. Please come.